Hey Zoom, what's up? How was your day, buddy? Yeah, today was just chilly and it was a little drizzly today. Stayed right about 51 degrees all day long. It had rain last night. Kind of a soaker. Yeah, I got water coming in the basement. Any more big Navy ships moving around out there? An aircraft carrier was moving out. Interesting. I think they got two carriers there, the Abraham Lincoln and the Teddy Roosevelt, plus a bunch of other ships. Did you see Aaron was flying his drone today? Yeah, I used to listen to iHeart. It's just I got so many apps on my phone nowadays. I don't really have room to put iHeart back on there. I occasionally will just look up random internet radio websites because there's a lot of smaller radio stations around the world that do free live streaming of their radio shows, and there's a bunch of good classic rock stations out there. Yeah, with iHeart, yep, too many ads. That's why I don't like it. Hang on 1 second here. This is a link to the big Cleveland classic rock station. You can listen to it live online, WNCX.com. Yeah, WNCX. I grew up listening to this station. I've been listening to it for a long time. Oh. Hey, Battery. How you doing? Battery, that's a link for a classic rock station here in Cleveland. So you can listen to their live streaming of their music. Oh. Zoom Dude loves his classic rock. Oh, Pat Benatar, yeah. Oh, he's been back, Zoom. He doesn't come up every night, and some nights he's just in chat, but he has been back for maybe a week now. The only Benazir I know of was that Benazir Bhutto lady that got assassinated over in Pakistan years back. You never know with autocorrect. It does the stupidest shit. Who has the helm in the command? You mean for the stream tonight? Well, I'm the only admin here at the moment. Yeah, if you're having issues, just refresh. Are you on your phone battery? My advice would be to check and make sure that you are updated with the latest version of Twitch. That might help any problems that you have.
brother?
What's up?
Oh man, nothing but rain today.
Yeah, it kind of just showered lightly all night long last night, and then was just like blah, cold all day. Rain enough that I got water coming in the basement again. So
Oh really?
yeah,
Oh man. Yeah. Well, this is the last of it. Looks like this next week is going to be clear and getting up in the 90s even. So
they're
yeah.
saying like it's gonna start warming up around here maybe by Monday. Around here, you just got to wait and see. Can't trust the forecast.
Right. Tomorrow's supposed to be 70 and then 80 something on Sunday. And then 90 on Tuesday. Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be gorgeous. Maybe my pepper seeds will start. I got some of those multicolored peppers, sweet peppers.
Oh, like Bell style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
But go ahead.
bell peppers for me, it doesn't matter what color they all are. They almost always taste the same. It's just
Yeah.
they look nice, like if you're making like fajitas or home fries or something.
Right. Yeah. But there's a slight variance in the flavors. Like the yellow ones, I know they're more sweet than they are peppery. But yeah, it's just I get it. But yeah, tomato plants are damn near a foot tall already. Some of them already got blooms coming on them.
Mm.
Now I have to cut those off. First blooms, you always cut the first blooms off on a tomato plant because you want them to use the energy to grow the plant bigger. Yep, they already got suckers on them and everything, man. I'm going to be able to clone these plants out a couple times each. So that should be good. But yeah, no shit. Tomorrow we'll probably be digging pier points in, get those placed, put in. And then once those are done, then set the foundation wall across the front and start working our way back. We can't go get wood chips tomorrow. Everything's going to be too damn wet,
Yeah.
Won't be able to do that till Monday. And so as much of the foundation construction that we can get done in the next 2 days, that'll be the jam. Yes, sir. But yeah, I wasn't able to get a whole lot done. Got a phone call today. Got rabbits. Got a guy coming by tomorrow to buy a couple rabbits.
Nice.
And that guy's supposed to bring me the money for the truck tomorrow. So, and if that happens, dude, I'm gonna hook you up with money, with a bunch of money to go get your. Did you say you found a used one, or one?
I'm kind of if I can find a used one that's in good shape, that that will at least whoever's selling it, like if they know what they're talking about and they say it's gonna work and not just crap out on me, yeah, I'll pick up a used one. But because I'm not gonna like go on Facebook and buy some used piece of shit that crap that just doesn't work.
Right now, you got electric or gas?
Gas.
Okay. All right. Yeah. But yeah. Oh man. No, I'll give it a couple $100.
Well, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check something here real quick. Yeah, Don made a little donation to me the other day
Oh, sweet.
on the GoFundMe for it. So yeah.
But you do have a PayPal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just send it to you.
Yeah, you should be linked into it because I've, sent shit to you before. So it
Correct.
should, like, when you go to your PayPal, my account should show up on your friends list or whatever.
Right. We'll see. I don't count chickens before they hatch, though.
Yeah.
What is it? Trump screwed up by endorsement of Oz?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Oh,
Oh, Dr. Oz.
Dr. Oz, yeah. Yeah, he's a fake. But yeah. No, I'm just happy, even though it was raining the last 4 days, that I got that tree all of a sudden, except for the main stage. Got that whole thing, all that top cut up, branches cut up, big piece of the stage that I wasn't going to keep with all the branches off of it. That's all disseminated. Cut, split, stack.
I'm going to give you a heads up. I don't think I'm going to be around tomorrow night or Sunday night for that matter.
Oh, really?
I just got so much crap I got to do. If it starts drying out tomorrow, I'm going to be out burning wood all day and night.
It's still going to be wet.
Well, I got dry wood to start fires with. That's not a problem.
Oh, right. Then just going to have a lot of smoke when you put the wet wood on.
Yeah, I don't care. It's got to get burned.
Right.
I got to start catching up on all this.
Right. No, I got you.
We'll see, because who knows? It might just decide to rain again all day. Who knows? It's Ohio.
Right. It didn't stop raining here until like 4 o'clock. So it was potential that you're going to have rain in the morning. Trump 2023. Yeah. If the midterms go right, we are looking at that.
That's the scary thing. Like, what happens? I was looking into this a couple of days ago. They're still talking 25th Amendment bullshit.
Right.
And if I actually went and looked up the actual legal line of secession for who takes over, the actual going down the list, they're all liberals. There's not a single conservative in that entire list.
Right. But this is what I was talking about before it was brought up by Roger Stone. They'll do the 25th on Biden. They'll impeach Kamala, and they plan on electing Trump as the Speaker of the House. That puts Trump back in office without an election.
Where is Trump gonna? Okay, if he's gonna be Speaker of the House, what state is he gonna be representing?
Florida. But he's not done. You don't have to be a representative in the House of Representatives to be Speaker of the House. Huh?
Are you sure? That's news to me.
Yeah. You don't have to be a member to be the Speaker of the House. But right, battery Texas in there. Anyone can be elected Speaker. I'm pretty sure. Oh my gosh. It's that guy.
So the part you guys are missing is where, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So the part you guys are missing is the fact that the Republicans have to control the House before any of that can happen.
Correct. No,
So
we're not missing
that. And once the Republicans control the House, then all of those things are quite doable.
Mm-hmm.
The impeachment, or the 25th on Biden, the impeachment on Kamala, and the installation of Uncle Don back to his righteous place as the sitting president, via the appointment of him in the Speaker of the House position.
Right.
That's it. It's doable. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Let me be clear here. It's a reach on a good day with the wind at your back. It's a reach.
Well, it's starting to look more and more like it, because you got 23 to 25 members of the House that are actually just stepping back and retiring.
Doable. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. But all of those things coming together and all those people agreeing on something like that, especially with Uncle Don stepping into the mess, which, he's a highly loved and revered individual in any political environment. And I'm sorry, I'm going off. That's fucking sarcasm to the highest level.
Right.
But it is doable. It's just not likely.
Did you hear what happened in Ohio?
I did. With Vance?
The primaries? Yeah. 23 of 23.
Yep.
Now, see, that said, I haven't been watching the news lately. I know nothing about the results of the Ohio primaries from the other day.
All 23.
Go ahead.
I said all 23 of the candidates that Trump proposed and backed all won their primaries.
Cool.
And Vance was an anti-Trumper at one time.
Yes, he was. The vocal one at that.
Yes. But he's come around. Uncle Don gave him the blessing. And next thing you know, Vance will be the incumbent, if I'm not mistaken. The incumbent has been there 10 terms.
Wow.
I can't remember his name. But yeah. So we'll see. It doesn't look horrible.
Well, I remember the prediction that about Trump being back in the seat of power like January, early February of next year.
Now hold on, Battery. Do we need the Senate to impeach? That's a gap in my knowledge here, but I thought the House did the impeaching.
Yes, but the Senate does the removal.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, good evening, Battery. Yes, you're right. I'm wrong.
So I surely expect we'll have most likely, uh, especially since 23 states changed their laws on top of the ones that were already, what are the
You
20,
mean the
23 or
abortion
20?
laws?
No. I'm
Abortion laws?
talking about election law.
Oh, okay.
They had changed their election laws to counter the early voting frauds, stuff like that.
Outstanding. I know there was a flurry of things going on, but I didn't track all of them. But I do know that we had some wins there, even though the Democrats said, well, there was no appreciable fraud. No, appreciable. Right. There was no
But they didn't win
appreciable.
Virginia, did they?
No,
They
they
didn't
did
win
not.
Virginia.
They tried that fraud shit there too, and they didn't win.
Right.
Well, I think the people of Virginia, and I can speak for them because I'm a Virginia native son, to be honest.
Right.
The people of Virginia, dude, they've been conservative all their lives. It's just when the people from New York and New Jersey started moving down to Northern Virginia and to Richmond, they started turning the place blue, and people just got all pissed off about that. So the conservative majority finally fucking stepped up to the ballot box in Virginia and elected us a nice string of Republican leaders there. So yeah,
Right.
I was pretty impressed with that. But I dog my buddies. I got a couple of buddies that live there, two buddies that live there, and they're both just fucking. I mean, they make me look like a liberal. Joe, my buddy Joe, makes me look like a fucking bleeding heart liberal. He's like, why do you stand for that shit? I was like, dude, I can't kill him. Yeah, you can. Cut his throat. All right.
Put a spike
Oh, yeah.
in the neck.
Yeah, he makes me look like a goddamn AOC.
Holy shit.
I need to get him up here, put eyeballs on this. He's not much on social. He's like, social media, no. Bunch of goddamn liberals up there. I was like, but dude, there's more people. There's conservatives up there too. Nah, there's not enough of them. They're all fucking fake conservatives.
That's why we need each and every one. That's why we need each and every one out there. Up here.
I need to bring him around. And there's another guy, another buddy of mine from Missouri. Man, you talk about conservative. Oh my God. Him and I hooked up in Richmond. I actually hired him and told him he didn't know a damn thing about frame. And he proved me wrong. So him and I are best friends now, have been for 20 years. And
Yeah.
anyway, that's just, he's a fucking hardcore conservative too. He works for Northrop Grumman. He's in the cleared space, does a lot of good work for the Army and the Air Force in the last couple of years. Dude, they're doing some totally high-tech shit. Totally high-tech shit.
Don't let Biden hear about it.
Yeah, but see, these are contracts that Northrop Grumman has had with the Air Force for like the last 10 years, to do counter espionage on multiple platforms and development of new AI shit, things like that. So
Right.
I don't think that the Biden administration is going to get in the way of that kind of shit. I just don't see it happening.
Right.
That's kind of that stuff that goes on, whether, it's kind of automated. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent or a goddamn transliberal, gay, bi, bird lover.
Tree hugger.
Tree hugger, exactly. So,
Right.
which I'm amazed at how many people are transliberal, gay, bi, bird lovers, and tree huggers.
Party foul. I heard that.
What did I do?
Fire in the motherfucking bowl.
Okay. Yep. See, that's what happens when I have the headset on. Dr. Oz is nobody. Platoon.
Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com. So I'm going to take Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms down for a while. So don't have a fucking kitten. All right. Just
All right.
I'll do some work on it. And I got some
okay.
other websites that I need to employ some low price Indian engineers to do some work for me. Or should I say high priced Indian engineers?
Right. Right.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. But my
Yeah.
workday sucked. I just want to go on record as my entire week sucked balls.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you guys letting me say that.
Rock on. Well, you weren't alone. It's been raining for the last 4 fucking days. I've been working between rains in order to get stuff done. Yeah.
That's where the mud starts.
Yeah. The ticks. For whatever reason, the ticks are just horrible when it rains.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. When it rains, it's like they come up out of the ground or something, you know?
That's it. And that's what I suspect, because I've seen when it rains, ticks normally where I was at in the East, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, ticks live in the. So you walk through the forest and the ticks fall on you. You ruffle the trees a little bit and the ticks will just fall on you.
Right.
So when it rains, it wipes the ticks out of the trees and puts them onto the ground. So yeah, it seems like they're coming up out of the ground, but they're all on the ground now. They're not on the trees. It's harder for them to attack you on the ground than it is in the trees. Just want to throw that out there.
Right. But they end up crawling up your legs, and yeah.
They do. You're right. But and I've been listening to you on this one. Isn't it B12 that neutralizes their attraction to you? I think it is, or something like that.
Yeah, I've been doing it for the last couple weeks now. I'll find them crawling on me, but they won't bite.
Okay.
All the time. Every once in a while, I'll get one that will attach, but very seldom. You know. Yeah, they'll be crawling on me. You know what I'm saying? I'll feel them and just get that crawly feeling.
I know.
Yeah.
Jesus, I fucking hate them. Hate them. You can't. If you live east of the Mississippi, though, there's no getting around them. None that I'm aware of.
Right. I think it's just woods. I think it's all about the woods.
Just woods. Anything in the trees. Yes, sir. But out here in the desert, we don't have that problem.
Right. You got shit like rattlesnakes.
Rattlesnakes and scorpions. Exactly. So it's, it's a different level of problem.
Right? Yeah, that's a big, because either one of those, you may not kill you, but I wish you was dead.
We give, there's a routine where we can immunize the dogs against rattlesnake bite. It's not an immunization, but it slows it down.
Basically, it's induction of the poison, of the venom, yes, in small amounts, and so that the bodies can get used to the reaction.
Correct. Yep. And so we've given that to the dogs to make sure that we've got them on that regimen, so that if they ever get bit, because it's a long haul to the vet from here.
Right.
And I'll happily make it. I just, I need the 45 minutes it's going to take to get me there.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Right. The most dangerous ones are the baby ones. If they get hit with a baby, that's the bad ones, because they're.
Yeah, I know. And we got a lot of babies.
Yep.
All that underground shit.
It was the same thing up in Canada. We were told that too, because we had Massasauga rattlesnakes up there. And we always told all the groups coming out, it's like, yeah, you guaranteed you're going to see rattlesnakes on your trip this week. And Like, oh, no big deal. I'm like, no, it's a big deal. Just be careful what you're doing. And I remember one day, okay, it's all solid rock up there. There's hardly any topsoil. So when you're
Right.
pitching your tents, you can't, drive a tent stake into the ground. It's
You're
just not
tying up to a
possible.
tree or a
Well, what
plant
we
or
would
something.
do, we would take loops of rubber from tire
Okay.
tubes
Yeah.
and just
Yep.
make a loop in the tent corner, and then we'd use rocks to stake
There you
out
go.
the tent.
Okay.
And you always tell the kids, you pick up a rock, grab it from the top, because a lot of times you're going to find a baby rattlesnake underneath that rock. And the
Yep.
venom is like twice, if not 3 times more potent. Or like, oh, it's just a little baby snake. It's not going to have venom. And it's like, no, it has venom, but it's concentrated because they're so,
New.
helpless.
Young.
They need that for protection.
Yep. Well, people don't want to listen. They lose feet, dogs,
Yep.
You know what
can
was
only-
surprised the hell out of me? I was over there doing the branches a few days ago, and I noticed a copperhead over by the tree,
Yeah.
and dogs were headed up close to it, and I waved them off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fat. One of them had already killed the damn snake and put it there. It was dead. I was like, you can see the bite marks on it. You know what I'm saying? It didn't just
No shit. Now that's funny.
That's
Some hardcore fucking dogs there, that's for sure.
I know. I love my baby. Yeah.
Copperheads they're nasty. They camouflage so well, especially in the fall with the dead leaves and the colored leaves
Oh,
on the
yeah.
ground. You can hardly see them.
You could walk
We get
right
them
up
here
on
in
them.
southern Ohio. Like if you go south of Columbus, you'll start finding them.
But I tell you this much from being around them like this, they won't bite you unless you step on them. No, you step next to them, they run away. I mean,
Well, not if they're a nest, because I've had a couple of copperhead nest eggs and everything, where if you step close to it, they will attack. So I've had to remove the head with a shovel, so to speak, and then take the eggs down to the creek.
and step on them.
Well, no, what I do is I'll leave them down at the creek in the open, and whoever wants to feed on them, foxes or hounds or
Raccoons
or whatever. I mean, that's high protein, snake feed there, so it's delicious, nutritious, and so good for you, right?
Right. Bill would tell you, Wild Bill would tell you all eggs are edible.
Exactly. Wild Bill would tell me how to fry them up or poach them. But no, I'm not. No, that's. No.
I say just boil them and, pop them like
Yeah,
little
y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Right.
I ain't judging. Well, that's a lie. I am judging.
I ain't eat no copperhead eggs, man. Oh shit! Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl.
Well, I didn't want to jump up here for too long. It is Friday night, though, so I am going to indulge myself a little bit. But I did want to jump into the discussion that you guys were having earlier about that whole. Because, in all honesty, that path has been just a big fat nothing burger until recently, until the recent possibility came that we could actually take the fucking House and the Senate, and then all of a sudden those things turned into something that was feasible. And I'm like, well, let me start listening to this a little bit more, maybe.
I'll tell
We'll see.
you.
We'll see.
When I heard Roger Stone say it last week, I was like, he finally got the message.
Did he get your email?
I'm thinking, finally got the email, read it or something.
Somebody pulled my leg.
It's the
Colonel
Battery
Shaw.
Show. Welcome, Battery.
Hey,
Well, I'm trying to gather up stuff to build some more batteries. Got these,
Oh, cool.
but apparently I don't have the connectors, so I have to go get some.
But yeah, the
What type of connectors you need? Battery.
Huh?
What type of connectors do you need? Needs a 12-step battery program? Yes, he does. Colonel, good evening. Butt splices. Look like about 10 gauge butt splices. Yeah. 12 gauge butt splices.
Yeah. Well, the wires are 14 gauge.
13 gauge. Okay. I
And
ordered some of those furls. Do you know what a furl is?
yes.
Put it down over like 10 gauge or 8 gauge copper stranded and squeeze it.
I have some ferrules.
Hi, my name is Kevin, and I'm addicted to batteries.
Colonel Shaw is in the house.
It's been 2 weeks since my last battery.
Oh, here we go.
My last battery.
You see them?
Pearls. Okay, yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep. I got a bunch of them. I just the only ones I can find right now.
Colonel Shaw's in the house. Did you salute Colonel Shaw?
Here we are.
The hell rated that woman? I flew and hit the wall.
Man, I can't hear now.
Dear God damn it.
Stupid rain. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I can't put you on speaker either. Won't work.
Yeah, last night I got up and I rated. I noticed Tiny was up. I was looking for Don Bear, but Don Bear's channel's already down on Twitch. So I saw Tiny was up there. I was like, okay, here you go.
I could put the ferrules over it and put some heat shrink on it. Is that what you're talking about, Don? Use the ferrules and then put heat shrink over it?
I hadn't even thought about the heat shrink. That's a good idea. But yes, basically. But I have to get a crimper. I bought the furls without the crimper. Like a dumbass.
I got 2 of them.
2 crimpers? Why don't you send me one of them?
Sure.
Holy shit, Colonel's son is coming home from Turkey. Military service?
Or is he just out for a rip? See, Turkey over there. Oh. Doll. Turkey over there is just out for a rip. They could take the highway and, it's a day trip.
Oh, yeah. It's like going to Florida.
Flying into Schiphol. Oh, Jesus, so many times I flew into Schiphol.
Really? Never flown into
Jesus,
Schiphol.
yes. What's that?
Never flown into Schiphol. Never been there.
Flew in a couple of times. Nice place.
Oh, there we go.
Big fucking airport, Jesus.
Bigger than Frankfurt?
Oh yeah, Schiphol is one of the biggest airports in Europe. It's right up there with Heathrow.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I've been in Heathrow. They have Frankfurt a lot.
Now you got me interested in this. I'm going to check the wires.
Sure seems like a big fucking airport in Frankfurt. At least it may not be square footage, but it's a long ass fucking airport.
Frankfurt has the longest runway in Europe
Right.
because that's where they first started flying C-141s into. Frankfurt used to be an American airfield.
Right. Right. That building stretches that whole damn runway too, damn near.
And it's the longest runway in Europe. Yep.
I remember right after they put in those conveyors, the people conveyors. That
So you
was
didn't have to
awesome.
walk 12 miles. Yeah,
Right.
it was, especially if you had fucking baggage. Is that you, Don? No, it's not me.
Well, my duffel
Just
bag
a-
did not have wheels.
I'm
Okay.
just exactly. You're absolutely none of it had wheels either.
been
Holy
Frankfurt
fuck! Believe
twice.
me, I had. Yeah. I was that guy. I was.
Yeah. I was a two duffel bag guy.
Oh my god. I used to think. I used to hate going into Atlanta until they got those people conveyors.
Right.
Man.
Atlanta's the same way. Or Miami. Fucking
Dallas would
Miami.
be a nightmare without.
What the Dallas ain't so bad, really, honestly, because everything's like around the central. It's like a flower. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Miami's like the opposite. You got to go all the way around that motherfucker. You got 3 wings to get
That would work.
to your gate.
I can get 2 of them, though.
Oh, here in Atlanta are a bitch. Yeah, airports by and large have just gotten huge.
Big, yeah.
They're no fun to. Dude, I don't like flying anymore. I hate flying. As a matter of fact, I won't fly anymore. But I mean, I've done multiple million-mile years on multiple airlines, so I've had plenty of time in the middle seat. I'm just fucking tired of it. I don't want to do that anymore.
I
And
told my
yes,
uncle. Talking about that. I told my uncle the other day. He's like, "I'm getting a whole bunch of miles, man." I was like, or my brother rather. He just went to Dominican Republic a couple times and stuff like that. He goes down to Florida every once in a while. And
yeah,
my younger stepbrother. And
yeah,
I was like, dude, I have more miles that have expired than you will ever earn.
exactly, exactly. For what? I mean, I swear I was at a point in my career where I was giving away miles. I gave away miles. I sent my wife and her 2 cousins to Paris for a week one time. I am not kidding. I picked up all the airfare, all the hotels, and all the food. It cost them nothing, just in
Right.
miles.
It would work.
I couldn't burn them. Yeah, my wife got addicted to them. She loved them. Oh my God. She's like, yeah, can I have some hotel points? I want to go over here.
Yeah, so a couple nights in Vegas ain't no problem. Huh?
Exactly. Well, I mean, dude, I just sent her to Vegas. So just a month ago, they had
Right.
the hockey skills test. It's an annual, all the it's a big show for the weekend.
How'd she do?
So I was like, well, I got some leftover Hyatt points. Hilton, Hyatt points.
Got some hockey skills.
I'm like, why don't you take, 10,000 Hyatt points and get yourself 2 nights at the local Hyatt place while you're in Vegas. That way you could park the car there, you can Uber to wherever you want to go and, not have to worry about anything. So she did. Loved it. Absolutely fucking loved it. I still got a couple of nights I need to burn. Left off my Hyatt credit card. I haven't traveled a fucking while in probably the last 15 years, but I still got a shit ton of them on the Hyatt credit card. So I'm trying to burn through those. but I'll get him.
Oh yeah.
I'll get him. Charles
Yeah,
got
I've
family
never-
visiting. Yeah, dad or his son's coming in from Turkey. That's cool.
I have never stayed at a Hyatt before, but the one that they have in
I have.
Cleveland is probably the most beautiful hotel in the world.
Now, where is that?
National Guard
In
put me up.
Cleveland,
The Cleveland
They-
Hyatt.
yeah, it's inside. We have a place in downtown Cleveland. It's called the Old Arcade, and it was
I've
one of
been there.
America's.
I've stayed
it's
in that
one of
hotel.
America's oldest indoor shopping malls, and
Yep.
the Hyatt is like the top 2 floors of it.
Actually, the
it's-
Hyatt is just next door to it. I know.
Yeah,
I stayed there, and
it's
it's part
beautiful.
of the same building.
Yeah.
And I stayed at that Hyatt in downtown Cleveland because I was kicked out of the Crown Plaza up the street because they were renovating. I'm not kidding. So I would commute from that hotel down to Twinsburg every morning to do some work on a BOD contract down there. Info.
What's up,
So
Bear?
what's up, Bear?
Cool. I have one of those heat shrink.
Did I hear my name?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Kinda.
Just kinda.
Oh, I don't know, man.
He's stoned out of his mind.
Let me see here.
We're hearing all your other screens, though.
Huh?
We're hearing all your background noise.
Yeah, I'm trying to kill him. There. Is that better?
Mo better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that new honey butter works, huh?
I still hear the porn.
I don't
Hear
know
the porn.
one damn thing.
I could still hear the porn.
Wow, chicka, wow,
Is
wow,
that your
chicka,
porn or
wow,
mine?
wow.
Oops, sorry, that's mine.
The honey butter. I haven't eaten a little bit, but I gotta make more.
You
Well, I
ate it
made
all.
some chocolate smile cake.
Oh, no. There went a cake. That was an evening treat for you.
Dude, man. This here, I don't know if it can even be seen, but it's double chocolate. I made it double chocolate. It's double Dutch chocolate. Contains a 3/4 cup of butter for the cake. Then the frosting is chocolate, cream cheese, 3/4 of smother, and powdered sugar. And
It looks like it's about 1.5 inches thick.
it's a brownie.
And the icing looks as thick as the brownie. Yeah.
The icing's got the most amount of kick per unit, man. You only take a little itty bitty piece. If you take a piece much bigger than that square inch, oh my God, you are couch locked.
I'm sorry, I'm with Bear. What's the problem?
Yeah, what's the
icing should
problem?
be as thick of the cake, right? I don't see the issue here, really.
No, right? I'm just pointing out that was.
I bet that shit's tasty. Oh my God, you would have to prime me away from that.
That's less than half of the cake that he made. That's why it's in a David container. He ate the rest of it.
I get munchies. You get the munchies, you eat it, and then you're sitting there, and then you get the munchies. And when you get the munchies and it's sitting there, it tastes so fucking good, you eat more, and pretty soon.
It's a vicious circle, is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's a vicious circle, and that's the problem with edibles.
It's a conspiracy, man. I know it's a conspiracy.
It is. It is. It is. Just and Screaming Eagle's got it right. Just throw some peanut butter on top of it and eat it like a fucking sandwich.
No. No, what happened with this thing? I'm so proud of it. I mean, I made it all from scratch, right? Everything from scratch. And I'm so damn proud of it. It said to cook it for 35 minutes. All right. I made it 42 minutes. Okay. Anyway, it goes off. I go in there and it was smelling pretty good. I opened the thing up and the center of it was still liquid. And it went, it was all the way across the top of the pan. In fact, it was trying to push out a little bit. And it went, and I'm like, fuck.
Oh shit!
Yeah, runny chocolate. That's always a problem.
I mean, if I would have waited 12 more minutes, I mean, it would have been perfect. So I had to cook it another 12 minutes to get it to cook right. And then, but then it had fallen in the center. So I have no problem. I'll fix that with my smile frosting. And I did.
You just filled the hole, right?
Damn right. Hey, the smile frosting's 10 times stronger than the damn cake. So yeah, those pieces are deadly, dude.
Oh man!
New meaning to the phrase "death by chocolate."
Comatose. Comatose like that.
I'm pert near there.
So, Bear, what's on your mind these days?
What's on my mind? I don't have a mind to have anything on. Hey, I've been trying to figure out that damn Discord thing, man, because I'm a boomer, guys. Finally, I got it to where I parked on a different stream for InfoWars. I parked on the InfoWars live stream, which is where I'm supposed to be, instead of the VL stream. And so the people that want to go in and chat and share camera and all that, they can go into the main channel DC. I'm in InfoWars live, and I'm normally sharing. I had to shut it off so I could come on here.
Oh wow!
Right.
Right.
Because I mean, it takes control of your camera, it takes control of everything, and your mic, and the mic wasn't that big because I killed it. When I'm streaming, but it didn't want my camera. So right. I'm like, okay, well, that's why last time I came on, I couldn't really come on. I never had a camera.
So what happened to the Twitch thing?
Dude, I went through. Okay, here's what I did. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys an idea on how sophisticated our fucking censorship is, guys. You guys do not understand how intense everything is. I used a program, did a rotating MAC code. I changed my MAC media access address, changed it in my machine.
Right.
I went through. I made a new email. Used a different phone number, random phone number. Okay. I am going through a double VPN. I've got OpenVPN, which reports me as a business.
Problem.
And then I've got NordVPN and a double VPN. It took them under 2 hours. And I was nuked, and I am suspended for life from Twitch.
Wow.
Yep. You know how they do it? Your post. Anything you said, they've got every fucking word you said in your whole history is in a computer.
Can I ask why? Why did they ban you for life? Did they give you a reason? Was it just because you were rebroadcasting Alex Jones?
Yep. Yep. I'm banned for life. I cannot get on Twitch. I can't sign into Twitch. I can't see anything on Twitch.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm banned. I mean, they got me banned. You'd think it'd be by the IP address. Because I got a VPN. They're still able to ban me. Change my media address. They're still able to ban me. Within just a couple of posts of when you say things or who hooks up to you, who comes in. Bang, bang, bang. They've made the connection and they know who in the hell you are. Within 5 posts.
Scumbags. Yeah.
From within 5 posts of being totally anonymous, they know who in the hell you are.
Yep. It only takes 5 points of information they can nail you.
That ain't no bullshit either, because for 24 hours they had me ghost in chat rooms with every other streamer too. I couldn't even chat, and I was just Bear's mod.
We go through a lot,
So
man.
it's AI. They're using AI on the content, and they're not. So layer 1 through 6 of the network, the MAC, the VPN, the all of that stuff, route diversity that you're using, all of that is nil compared to the AI that they're simply using to monitor your speed.
Yeah.
And in 5 talking points, they can know who you are.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
that's
only
just
took
some Orwellian 1984 fucked up shit right there. It really is.
Okay,
Yep.
can I say something here, guys? It's not a minority in chat. I've got macular degeneration. I can't see Twitch. I can't go to Twitch to be able to see. And this thing over here is so damn small. There's no way that I can even see any of them. So I mean, I'm over here on the comments, and I can kind of see. But I mean, I'm blind, guys. I'm going blind.
Okay, says, hey, Mr. Don, I missed you.
Yeah, I want to. Hey, dear Butch, how you doing, sir? Everything all right? How's my favorite liberal? I'm back. I never left, actually. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we don't need to. But anyway,
But
good to be up on
anyway,
stream. It is Friday night. I'll shut up. Go ahead, Don. I'm sorry.
anyway, what I mainly came in for is I'm noticing there's a negative vibe that's going through all chats and whatnot. People are starting to attack each other, and I don't know what it's based off of or whatever, but it's bullshit. It's dividing all the patriots. Everybody's getting divided. Okay, things are getting divided. People are getting divided. Things aren't going. Things aren't going real well, and they know every little point on how to bink, 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 bink. They'll change one word in a post that you said to make somebody pissed off. You can watch them do it. If you set up separate accounts and do a ghost account where it doesn't tie to you, you see every post and what they've changed.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
I don't do much of that.
They're doing some pretty kinky ass crap, man. I'm telling you what. So, but anyway, I just, we all need to work together. We don't need to be in competition with each other or whatever. We all need to work together. We're all going for one point, hopefully. And that's our freedom. And I mean, that's what's important to me.
Well, we now have the Ministry of Truth.
Well, yeah. Well, don't you know? Biden is are all seeing, but actually it's a bummer, but, it's like.
Right.
But we need to stick together. Anyway, in regards to that, I opened up a Discord. It's open 24/7. You can get in to watch InfoWars there 24/7 without a VPN, with using your VPN. Unlike Vaughn, where you have to take your VPN down and expose your privacy and open up your freaking clothes so you can see your nutsack. No, you can walk right in over there and you can be who you want, sign in, and blah 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 blah. You don't have to be guest 87890, and I don't even know who in the hell it is.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But it's in Discord, and it's InfoWars Live in my Discord, which is Bear's Place. And I'm trying to get that going, and where we can all get together. I run InfoWars. If you want to watch InfoWars, it's running 24/7 over there. And unlike regular chats, you can post your pictures and, your gifts and, the whatever they call them, the memes or whatever the hell they are.
Right.
So we got special channels and whatnot. There's memes, there's a little bit of everything on there. And, it's connected like PJW and different ones. So
I surely respect what you're doing. I just don't have a whole lot of time in front of the computer.
Oh, I know.
When the weather's good, I'm out. I got this greenhouse, a 36 by 44 greenhouse I'm building. I've got a 53 by 30 mill shop I'm building. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention all the animals and stuff I'm taking care of and doing. So
Right.
I really don't have time in front of the computer. So
Can you all hear that rain?
this time of year, especially when the weather's nice, man, I'll be out there from the time I get up to the time I go to sleep. I don't even consider about bedtime or
Daylight till dark, basically.
right. I'll take a break for get something to eat and drink for lunch, but dinner don't come till after dark. So I can't start the show till after I get something to eat because I'm hungry as hell. You know, so.
And then after dark, you're limited because you got your power supply and you don't have a sun feeding it no more.
Oh no! Once the days are that long, it's not a problem. Right, as long as the sun's out. Right.
It works.
Did you see the new thing from Geo Watch? They got a new deal going out, and it's a little 5-minute whatchamacallit, and it's pretty intense. Talking about their oil spraying and all that and what it's doing. And basically, they're going to turn this place into Mars if they keep it up.
Oh, no, Badgers, I didn't eat my pie yet. I don't have any pie. There's a pie famine going on right now.
There's cake.
Yeah, cupcake sandwiches. I've been eating cupcake sandwiches.
How's that? How's that smutter do?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
it does good.
Does a lot better with the right recipe.
It does. Yeah, I don't. There's no real head buzz to it, but I tell you what, there's nothing better for getting rid of the pain from a hard day.
It's CBG, guys. It's not meant to get you. It's not meant to get you stoned.
Right. That's what I was just mentioning that though. I was just like,
but it is rated now. I got the sheet on it, the test labs, right? Because I sent it through a lab. It was tested, right? It tests out at 27% CBG, THC 8, Delta THC 8.
Oh yeah, but you want to get rid of some pain. You want to sleep like a baby. That's better than any pain medication or anything I've ever else taken. So yeah.
Well, as soon as I can get a fresh crop going again, because the stuff that I've got is coming on to 2 years old. It'll be, come October, this stuff will be 2 years old. Because we didn't grow a crop last year, and we haven't planted a crop yet this year, and I'm hoping we're going to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just starting to come in. Now would be the time to do it. Last time we turned in October, the snow started flying. And I mean, we did it because we was going to grow them for seeds. That's what we was really looking for was seeds. We wanted to make seeds.
Right.
And we did everything we could. These were feminized plants. Well, to turn them, we sprayed them with colloidal silver. That didn't work. We took an auger, and drilled through their stems to put them in shock. That didn't work. That didn't put them to seed. So, we didn't have time. And when October came, the snow's flying. They never went into, they went into bud and everything else, but they never went into seeds. So we didn't get seeds out of them. And he was looking more for seeds than he was, because they consider it biomass.
Right.
That's what it is. Hemp is biomass. Yeah, it's biomass.
Well, I'm doing pretty good on my effectual starts. Fire in the bowl.
Yeah, that'll work. Let's go. Fire in the bowl.
Ding.
I don't have my bell, man. Otherwise I'd ding it. I don't have it.
What'd you do?
I came up from Wyoming. I came up from Washington. I came up here to work for 3 weeks, a month, putting up fence. I'm still here. Everything I own's down in Washington. My cars, my truck, my shed, my tools, my computers, my silver, everything I own, my boats. You know, I just basically came up with my clothes
around
in
your
3
room?
weeks.
All the stuff in the room with you?
So I'm basically I'm up here and I'm like, damn, I gotta get back down there and get my stuff, man.
There you go. Thank you, Canoes. Or AZ. Thank you, AZ. He posted your
Okay, yeah,
Discord
thanks.
link.
Yeah, we've got memes in there. We got meme corners. We've got, if you got ones that are questionable, there's a special category for those. It's age restricted. You know, we got all your links for Zero Hedge, Infowars, all the different ones are in there.
I don't know if this rain's going to stop.
Nope, you're in
Cold.
Portland. That's the way it is. It's not going to stop. No.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just go.
Hey,
I'll
just
just go
for
for camp.
1 second, you know, you guys should join Bear's Discord and make your own channels so we can all stay connected so the toxic shit can stay out of our shit.
Well, the game has a Discord channel.
I know I'm hooked to it.
Okay, good. Good.
I'm hooked to it. So, yeah, I took advantage today. I took in the sun came out, right? So instead of jumping in my car and going to the store, I jumped on my bike and went to the store, and came back with sacks of stuff. I mean, I spent $120 in food.
Getting drenched.
You needed a wagon, huh?
But hell, if I do that every day, man, I might just end up looking like Jack LaLanne or something. You know, I mean, I'll burn my ass out.
There we go.
That's good for your heart, though, brother.
Oh, I know.
I'm going
That's
out.
my legs, the edema in my legs. That's where I have problems at. I mean, my legs are swelled up, 3 times what they should be. So,
Wow.
That's awesome.
and I figure if I get them working enough, maybe that I can pump some of that stuff out of there.
Freaking cold. Whew. I hate rain.
Hey, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember to eat enough. I get busy and just keep working. I'm like, man, I can get this done, and I can get this done, and I can get that done. I'll eat when I'm done with all that. And by the time I'm doing that, there's 2 or 3 things in the middle of it I have to get done and do those things. So.
Good night,
Well,
guys.
I'm on a seafood diet. I see food, I eat it.
Right. Hey, there's my huckleberry.
Where?
In chat.
Hey, Huckleberry.
Yeah. One day she'll be my pie maiden. One day, I'm telling you. What is it, like Biff says, one day you're going to be my girl.
But anyway, that whipped honey butter, the recipe I got now works pretty good, doesn't it? It melts right on the toast. It's just the right consistency, and
Oh yeah. When I first got it, it was basically about 60 degrees, maybe 65 that day, and it was really just a whip.
yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
Right. It was a moist whip, and that's when I first took it, and then I put it in the fridge.
Oh no, that's bad.
No, but I put it in the fridge and let it solidify up, and then I melted it on blueberry pancakes. That was good. That was a good day too, because I wasn't hurting none at all. So I got all that work done and wasn't hurting at all. I was like, this is great.
Oh, Yeah, I made it. I went and bought a waffle iron. I'm waiting for it to get here because I figured the little pockets in the waffle iron, they'll hold more. So
Right. That's what you
I'm
said.
greedy, man.
Right. So,
But yeah, it don't take a very big piece of this chocolate cake to really mess you up. And I'm like, okay.
well, we just turned a 75-foot-3 into a 30-foot log.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, how 30 foot? So what are you gonna try to get a few 24s out of it or what?
I just want a good straight 20.
A good straight 20?
Yep. I want
Yeah,
a good.
anything over 18 is exponentially, I mean, pretty good chunk of change. Now, if you can get anything over 18, they're
Oh, it's
worth
just
the
right
weight in
about
gold.
26. I got to cut down to about 26 right now. And I figure I can drag it and let it dry just like that. And, I plan on, once I get my mill built, I've already got the saw. I've already got a mill saw, 30-inch stroke mill saw, bandsaw set.
Right.
And I've got 16 foot of track. I just need to extend it out another 5 feet, 6 feet, so I can do
Right.
20-foot logs. And I've also got the primary supports to build a 20-foot log lathe.
Cool.
Yeah, so I can use it as a I can put a log on there and debark it. Just set a screw guide on it and let it debark it, or I can lathe it all the way as a post or a pillar kind of deal.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are you planning on making them? 4x8 or something like that? Or 4x12?
What's that?
The wood. What size planks are you planning on going? You said
Oh,
20 foot long, but how?
well, I want a couple. I want to get the center parts. I want to get 8x8 20-footers.
8x8s?
Yeah,
That would work.
that's going to be the main supports for. I need to build 30 of those. I need 30 of those because I want a 160-foot building, and that's going to
Right.
be the causeway that goes from one end to the other, and that's the main base support for the whole building. So yeah, I need those. When
What
I
are
can,
you gonna do? 18-foot ceilings or what?
yeah. Well, actually, I want to do 20-foot ceilings. I want to be able to put a gantry in it the whole entire length of the building.
Okay, if you're gonna go 20-foot ceilings, I would recommend looking into vertical farming. Most efficient way, space and whatnot. Vertical farming is the way to go.
Well, this is going to be a definite factory kind of workshop thing.
Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be my wood finishing mill. It'll be I'll be able to pull a flatbed tractor trailer in one end of this thing, load it or unload it with the gantry, and then have them pull out the other side.
You know what my boss went and did, man? He's a senator and he comes down there and he plays with his equipment. Anyway, he was baling up a field, right? And he
Yeah.
turned around and one bill was short. You know, it was really too small and the field was almost over. So he went and he scooped up a bunch of other stuff, and then he went back up over the bale and tried to feed it into the baler. Oh hell! It broke the fingers, the stuffer. I sit there for hours tearing that whole damn thing apart, and it broke the PTU out of his big. I think it's an 860. I don't know. The tires are taller than I am, but it broke the
Oh,
PTU shaft. So I got to tear down the damn PTU and put a new shaft in it to be able to even haul the damn thing.
Oh, wow.
Oh man, he made a mess out of it. I mean, it snapped the shaft, and it's like, what do you want me to do about it, man? I mean, it's a snap shaft. I'm not going to be able to glue that together. You know, it's like,
Right. But those 8x8 20s, that's
Mhm.
that's the long term goal. I need 6x6 for my house. I want
Cool.
6x6, 8/16s. I need,
Right.
that's what I want for the base posting for the center of my house. Yeah, because I want to do great room stuff. So those are going to also be my rafters. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do 4x6 and 4x8 rafters on it. So no question about strength on that build. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, it's going to be beautiful.
Hey, whatever happened to your gin gas idea?
It's still out there. It's it ain't time yet. It ain't time yet, dude. It's still danger zone. Somebody knows, like, if they realize, I just won't say it, but
Yeah, I
this is
know.
safe enough to do it right now. Yeah, because we're
Well,
getting about that, and I'm toast.
I in the Philippines, I hung out with Dingle. Okay, he made made water, from did it with water, and he's famous for it. Well, Toyota bought up his patent. They ended up killing him over the damn thing. I'm glad I didn't get all the way involved in it. They don't want that technology coming out. But Dingle was one of them that did the cell that would take, and he'd use the cell and it would make the gases to run his car. He could run down to town on a gallon of water.
Yeah.
And the only thing it put out is a half a cup of condensation.
Well, Stanley Meyer drove his little sand buggy unit from LA to New York and back on like 6 gallons of water.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hydrogen. And when you separate the hydrogen and the oxygen, it's pretty simplistic. I mean, hydrogen, right. That's what they freaking.
Stanley Meyer refined the process down to replacing the spark plug. The spark plug. There's no ignition system necessary on the engine, so top dead center is just fine.
Right.
Okay, running raw top dead center, just like a diesel engine.
Just like a diesel, right?
Right, and you don't need an electrical system except for to feed the electric to split the water right there
Get
at
that
the
water to go, and you got to do that.
In other words, water goes all the way up to that spark plug replacement unit. Okay, along with 2 wires, using a plasmatic reaction.
The tires, cut down.
What's up, Aaron? But using a plasmatic reaction in that little spark plug, he's able to convert the fuel necessary to run that engine just like you would any car. And they killed him over that.
Yeah, well, Dingle, the same thing.
He died supposedly of a heart attack, shortly after a major meeting with the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Right. He wasn't going to give them their patent. He wasn't going to give them exclusivity on the patent.
He gave Dingle gave exclusivity to Toyota and Nissan. There was 2 of them that were involved, and it was a joint project, and they quashed it. It's quashed. I mean, it's gone. I mean, that one there is quashed.
Right. The technology like that to a foreign power. Doesn't matter if it's friendly or not. I know. Yeah,
Oh, they couldn't make their millions off of that. You know what I'm saying? Because if you turned around with a vehicle like that, if you turned around and changed out the oil and put vegetable oil, you are no longer polluting. You're dumping water with vegetable oil, which is soluble and is safe for lakes and stuff, because that's what they put in the your water buggies and stuff like that, your ski-doos and crap. Water skis and shit.
Wow.
Yeah, it's required. You got to use vegetable oil in lakes and stuff because of the harmful, the oil content and all that crap. So now they got the special vegetable oil that they use. Now, if you ran with that, you have water condensate. The only thing that's coming out is vegetable oil and water condensation. You have no pollution at all.
Right. Yep, no glycol. Glycol was the other replacement for oil in those situations. But if you treat the steel, it doesn't matter. In other words, use that molecular bonding stuff like what is that? Z-Max.
Yeah.
Yep, you use it on the system. You don't have to worry about a major lubrication set. You could actually, you know, run that thing on glycol if you wanted to, like radiator juice, you know.
Yeah, but see, glycol is very toxic to
Yeah,
wildlife
exactly.
and water. So I mean,
But
that's
the
something.
oil would be a nice replacement for that.
Yeah, vegetable oil. That's what they're using. That's what they made mandatory for the jet skis and stuff up in Washington State for all your outboard motors and stuff. Was vegetable oil instead of regular motor oil.
Yeah, Screaming Eagle, we got it. Rock on. My cat is in my lap and it's not my dog. Oh yeah, he has a couple times. Huckleberry. But yeah. No shit though. It's very doable, and storage is not a problem. And it kind of is. You need a lot more volume. It's not like LPG. In order to get hydrogen down to a liquid, you can't do it with oxygen. It has to be purified. You have to
Right.
separate the oxygen out, which is doable through a gravity separator. You can also use magnetic gravity. You know what
This
I'm
is
saying?
for you, Huckleberry.
There he is. But once you got it separated, even if you get it purified enough, and to condense it, you still need to supercool it. Once you reach a certain compression, it will explode. That's what it does. That's why it does what it does. It is a plasma. You get it to a certain compression, and as you compress it, the higher the temperature is, the more risk. And the more you compress it, the higher the temperature is. So you got to super cool it to compress it.
Dingle didn't compress his. It was coming off of a pipe, basically out of a
Right.
container and fed as needed, just like
It's
a
into the
regular carburetor.
right. You have a buffering tank. But you do have a buffering tank off the creation process, and it builds up pressurization. You still need 14 psi at the carburetor, top of the engine, and
Right.
you need it on a needle valve, and for the idle, and you need it on a variable open valve for the accelerator. You're done, and that's all the plumbing you have to do.
Pre 84, guys. If you can find cars or motors that are pre 1984 or a diesel, grab a hold of them, because those are the ones when all the crap hits the fan. Those are the ones that will still work because
Yep.
it's pre electronic anything. It's points and condenser, number one. So there's your plus right there. You don't have computers telling it what to do.
Right.
Because those all go bye-bye. The first CMP we hit,
Yeah.
all that stuff, anything after that's gone.
But to be honest with you, it really doesn't matter. If you're going to hydrogen gas, okay, which is basically going to water. If you're going to hydrogen, you remove the ignition system altogether. You can shut that son of a bitch off and let that engine operate on TDC. You know what I'm saying? Top dead center. All you need to do is get that. You just need it to run enough on the other fuel, long enough to get that cylinder warmed up. Once it's warmed, just like a diesel. Once it's warmed up, you can switch over to the fuel. Next thing you know, you're doing. It's beautiful. That's what the BMW did. BMW did it. They got a fucked up chemical process for creating the hydrogen, but you know what I'm saying, rather than from water. But yeah.
Okay, guys, think about this a minute and the planned and coordinated attack we have happening on our country. Okay, I am a truck driver. I was a truck driver. Okay, all your newer vehicles require DEF. diesel exhaust fluid. Well, they've now banned that. It's no longer, because it's a nitrogen, that they're not making any of that stuff no more. So guess what? You can't get the fuel required or the deals required to make these damn trucks go down the road. There increases our supply chain, and there increases the prices of the food, and we end up starving because it's starting to happen now. You can't get a hold of DEF fluid anymore. The diesel exhaust fluid, and they have the newer trucks have a dang thing in them that shuts the motor down if you don't have that you don't have a full of DEF fluid, and all it is bull piss, cow urea. It's all
Right.
the shit.
No, that ain't gonna be the case there, man. No, Jackmont, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna be the case. Because when shit hits the fan, fuck engines, just grab a loincloth and your bow and make fire or something.
Well, I'm gonna have me an engine, guys. Guess what? I'm having me an engine, and I'm gonna have me a refrigerator and a freezer, even without without any electricity. So, I'm gonna still have refrigeration. I'm gonna have a refrigerator and a freezer. I mean, most of you guys probably weren't around. Like when I was a kid, we had the ammonia. You didn't. I mean, all you needed is a heat source. That's it. Up the stack. Okay, you could use a candle to go up the stack as a heat source, and you had yourself a refrigerator freezer.
Right. I'm already off the grid, so
it was real simple.
Damn it! I wanted to ask Don T about where he got that Grow Solar, because I'm gonna be ready to buy it here soon. I want to get that exact same setup he's got.
Cool.
Except for the battery. The batteries, I'm gonna probably stick with the what I got.
Wally World Specials.
Yeah. Hey, they seem to be doing okay. I've had this set of 12 for 2 years now. So,
right. As long as you don't let the cells boil off, he'll be all right.
Yep. We've had a couple go south, you know what I'm saying? But it's not been, it's about 10%. You know what I'm saying?
That's not too bad considering what you'd have to pay for a forklift battery.
Right. Or, even like, I paid what, $1,200 for 1,200 amp hours at 12 volt.
Right. I can get one of them. I guess they're the Volt or whatever, one of their batteries, but one from one that's crashed.
Signaturesolar.com. Okay. Okay, Rich.
Yeah, dang Twitch, man. It's they won't even let me see anything over there. It's like I am such a freaking threat to them. Well, I mean, they've been up my ass ever since I ended up. Remember back? Oh hell, it was before the elections of Obama and them. Remember when the Apple Helpline and Alex went against the Apple Helpline? It's back when they were still on Ron's, and I went through with the little gig about calling Google and all that stuff. We had so many people calling in, they ended up shutting down the Apple Helpline. Then I went off with Google and the phone number and stuff. Well, they kind of attacked me over that stuff. They figured out it was them, and they're kind of pissed at me. So, it's like, that's why everything got hit with me first. Remember? And I said, well, this has happened. And a year later, it started happening to other people. Boom, 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 boom. They were hitting me with it first, man. It's like.
Right. Well. No
Yeah,
shit.
I'm a national threat. I'm a damn encouragement bot. God help you if somebody encourages somebody. That's bad, man. In this administration, that's bad.
Right? No shit.
That's
But
really bad. You know, you can't do that. That's just terrible. But anyway, somebody dropped the link in there. I could try to drop the link in there. Let me see here. Do it in private chat, right? No.
yeah. Yeah, I'll move it over to public chat.
Hang on. That's not it. I don't even know I don't even know my invite. I can go over here and I can find it from here. There we go. Copy. There we go. Come on, get back over here now. Push this here. Go there. Okay, that's the link to the live, the InfoWars live, I believe. But that gets you in there. Then you can go to the main chats. You can go wherever you want, you know. But I mean, that's the invite to get into the server anyway.
All right. Let me go over here.
But I got to go back over there and get back on InfoWars. I had to shut down to come over here, so.
All right.
It just taxes too much. I mean, I'm pushing 52, 58% of my CPU, and I'm doing 3 streams plus restreams plus, you know, and it's kind of pissing it off a little bit. So, but anyway, y'all peace out. Never forget, God's in control.
You know it, buddy.
So don't worry about it. You know, God's in control. And if you're with God, who can stand against you? So why the hell even worry?
Keep doing what you're supposed to be doing.
That's right.
And that way, you know, you concentrate on you and doing what you're doing. It'll make a difference.
You know, we're all put here for a reason. We're at this exact time and moment for a reason. I got somebody yelling at me. I don't know what he's saying.
All right. God bless you, Bear. We'll see you soon.
All right, man. Have a good one. Bye. Let me get out of here. Oh, where in the hell is it? Right there.
So that means I got 300 amps at 48 volts in a battery configuration at 48 volts for 12 batteries. I would need a second set of 12. Yes. So my stomach hurts from coffee. He's up on the coffee, Colonel. You're here to be my pie lady. Aww. It's time for pie. I don't have pie, so we're having cupcake sandwiches. All right, I'll be right back. Hey, Don, come back up if you're watching, buddy. I want to talk to you about this solar panel thingy. That's why I'm really interested in what you're realizing, what you're getting out of it. Yeah, what's going on with Jack Mount? I don't even know who that is, actually. This is a cupcake sandwich. There's a cupcake between two graham cracker covered in chocolate. It's really pretty good. Mm. Mm. Have you been operating on? Have you tried it out yet?
No, I don't have it completely wired yet.
Oh wow!
Well, like I said, this week at work has really beat me psychologically. So I haven't done any work on it in a week. I haven't.
Oh wow!
Plus, I've been working on the cameras. The camera didn't work down at the road, down at one of the ranch 2 didn't work. So I'm trying to bring that back online and trying to change everything over to RTSP. I mean, I just got a lot of shit going on.
I know.
Lots
I know you did.
of shit. And so sometimes that doesn't take a high priority, but chances are really good this weekend. It will. We've had a lot of wind this past week also. When we get these high winds, 50-mile-an-hour winds, it's not, you don't want to go outside and work on anything because you start to spit sand.
You get sand blasted.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't need sand in my crack all the time, so I just stay inside. So I haven't really done anything meaningful to it. As a matter of fact, I haven't even looked at it on the camera recently. I did get one set of the AC wires from one of them to the sub panel. So from one inverter to the sub panel, I got a black and a red wire cut. By the way, I'm using 6-gauge wire there, and I have to cut it with bolt cutters. I don't have anything big enough to cut it. But the bolt cutters do it. I mean, I've got a set of 18-inch bolt cutters that do a real good job.
Well, what I was doing with the double aught stuff, because I'm working with double aught.
Well, the double aught stuff is different. The stranded DC cable, the real thick shit,
Yeah.
that I have just a real sharp. That's easy to cut. That's really simple to cut. It's the AC cable, the 6-gauge stranded, and the 6-gauge stranded is like, it's only got like 4, 6 strands in it. The strands are huge. That's why I bought these ferrules. So to crimp the ferrule on before you shove it up into the either the breaker, the 50 amp breaker on the sub box, or the inverter on the bottom of the or one of the inverters. So yeah, I got one side of the AC wiring done last week.
Okay. I would have just thought put the double aught all the way into the box.
Double aught all the way into the box. The DC wire is the double aught, and that's done. Yeah. The DC wiring side is done. I used a 2/0, 2/aught gauge on that.
Right.
But that's rated for 300 amps.
Right, but running the AC from the inverter to the box.
That's a 6-gauge, exactly. That's a 6-gauge THHN stranded.
Okay.
That I use a fucking bolt cutter to cut.
Right.
That shit is thick. That shit cost me, let's see, 15 feet of white, 15 feet of red, 15 feet of black, and 15 feet of 8-gauge green ground.
Right.
All 4 of those cost me $89. 15 feet
Oh wow.
Copper is
Wow.
fucking. Copper has tripled.
Yeah.
Tripled. I bought 20 feet of that 2/0 gauge copper, that stranded DC stuff.
Right.
20 feet of red and 20 feet of black with gauge lugs, with 2 gauge lugs and some red and black shrink wrap. Cost me $109.
Wow.
Cable cost me more than breaker boxes.
Right.
Honestly,
Right.
it
Yeah.
did. It is. Wires costing me too much. And this grow watt, they've jacked that up $100 now. Because I bought those 3 months ago. Well, not 3 months ago, 6 months ago for $7.99. They're now
Right.
$8.99.
I saw that. Yeah, I was looking at they're even more expensive on Amazon.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're more expensive everywhere else, and nowhere else has the actual factory level support that Signature Solar is going to give you on the phone.
Right.
That's why I buy it there. Is because they'll walk me through it.
Yeah, it's $8.99 each now.
Dude,
Is that
that would if you've
discounted?
got you just said you had 300 of batteries.
Yeah, at 48 volt, I've got 300 amps.
That's a shit ton of battery, brother.
Yeah.
If you had enough PV to keep those full, you should be able to run off those all day and all night.
Right. Yep.
So how much PV do we have?
I've got running into it right now. I've got 8, 2 banks of 4, 36 volt, 10 amps panels. So total of 8.
Those seem kind of small.
Well, they're 36 volt, 10 amp, with 350 watt panels.
Okay,
Samsung.
so they're full size industrial panels.
Correct.
36 volt, 10 amp. That's not bad. That's not bad. You should be able to grow. So the beauty of these grow watts is they'll take a very high voltage PV input. So they'll take 80 amps at 450 volts. So if you've got 36 volts, you might be able to shove everything into one string.
No, if I was already looking at the amps. Yeah, I've got 16 panels, so I've got 160 amps up there.
That's 160 amps.
Right. Yeah. So I've got to break it down into 2 sets, which is perfect because I put one half of it on one and one half of it on the other, and
Exactly.
then 12 on each, 12 batteries on each one.
Well, you can centralize the battery, so you can split the PV, right? Just like you're going to do. Say you're going to put 6,000 on, like I'm going to do. I'm going to put 6,000 on one PV and 6,000 on the other inverter.
Right.
But I have a single connection for battery, so both of my inverters' batteries go down to a bus bar that feed a single connection to the batteries. So all the batteries, both inverters have access to all the battery, 48 volts, 200 amps, all the time.
Right.
They also charge it. So, you don't need to split your DC. Don't need to split your batteries. But you do need to split your PV.
Okay, right. For your input, right. Oh, you don't have to split the batteries, so that's all I have 600 amps, because I'm going to get another 12. So I'll have 600 amps.
I've seen people run multiple inverters, even multiple styles of inverters off of the same bank of batteries. For instance, I know some guys that are running 12-volt lithium battery arrays in their RVs, but they have one array, but they have multiple inverters coming off of that single array.
If they're all
So
using the same current level, then yes, Dick, you're fine.
no, they're not. No, they're not. Like one of them is a
Oh,
3,000 watt inverter. A second one is a 1,000 watt inverter. A third is a 5,000 watt inverter, and they're all
oh, no.
dipping off of the same 12 volt
Right,
lithium
they're all
array.
12-volt input. Right,
They're all 12-volt input, yeah, but
correct.
they each different current draws, and so you can have multiple. Literally, one bank of batteries can feed multiple inverters as long as they're all, like you said. If it's 48-volt battery bank, then all of the inverters have to be 48-volt input. If it's 12-volt battery bank, then all of the inverters have to be 12-volt input. But you're absolutely right, and you can run multiple inverters off of a single battery array.
And you can do step downs as well. You can do step downs off the 48-volt 12, stuff like that.
Yeah, that gets a little trickier, especially with current flow.
Right. Well, when
Like
you
a lot of your
transformers, it's not a problem.
Yeah, but a lot of your step down transformers won't do more than say 60 amps of current, which in some instances is not enough. So
Well, step down, if you're looking at like 12-volt, let's definitely stop.
right. So if you've got like a 48-volt array in your RV, you can use a step down and feed all of your 12-volt shit. Yes, I
Right.
get that. But the highest rated one in the industry, the Renogy, is limited to 50 amps. So
Okay.
it'll only pull 50 amps of 48-volt in and turn it into 12-volt. And it's not bidirectional. In other words, it'll pull.
No. You have to put a diode on it in between the
and there's another complexity. So yeah, there's a lot of things that even the good shit doesn't do yet.
Right.
But it's okay. I mean, because you have these things like these Grow Watt 5Ks here that are all in ones, you just hook 1, 2, 3. You can stack those to get as much power out of them as you need. As a matter of fact, I'm actually giving very heavy consideration to using 1, if not 2, of these Grow Watts in my RV in a new inverter setup.
Well, my current setup is going to be retired to running just the refrigerators.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yep.
or just the lighting system. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. You know what I'm saying? Just the lighting systems would be fine. Yeah, the refrigerators are a little much for this system. That's why I have so much problem with it.
It took me years to understand that a lot of people do what you're doing, and that is you have individual subsystems, inverter subsystems for individual tasks, like the fridge, like the freezer, like the pump, like the mill, like the garage. And each have individual inverters and battery feeds, and you've got individual setups to run all of that. And so I think that's cool. I think it's probably overkill, but that's okay. All right.
Well, if one system goes down, you only have to deal with that one thing. You're not,
And that's true, and that's also evolution, and that's growth in your system, and that's the way you expand your system. So yeah, I get that.
Because like now, I'm going to be buying this whole brand new system of controllers with the transformer and the whole 9 yards,
right?
And building my setup with that. And turn around, and my old system is still functioning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
you don't throw it away. No.
I'm gonna use that till it's dead.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
I understand that complete. I do.
I'm gonna ride that horse till it's fucking in the ground.
There's a bunch of new stuff coming out too.
Yeah.
I mean, every 6 months to a year, they've got new. I mean, after these things became so popular, now they've got 5 different new manufacturers that are doing almost exactly the same thing. For instance, there's a 3000 watt version of this. You know that, right?
Yep.
And it's AC only, right? So you don't need the $500 plus center tap auto transformer, but it's only 3000 watts,
Right.
but it's
Hey,
cheaper.
fellas, I'm
And
gonna cut in real
right,
quick. I gotta go make something to eat. I'm starving. So
Hurry
okay,
up.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
I'll be
yeah.
back. Who knows?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't. No, you right on par. Yeah, I was looking at some of this. They got a 5,000. Now they've got a 5,000. I was just looking at this on Amazon.
Yeah,
5,000 watt solar inverter, pure sine wave, 48 volt,
right.
220 AC. Power inverter, 100 amp MPPT controller for 48 volt lead acid or lithium with batteries. Um, it says with lead acid lithium or without batteries and a Wi-Fi module.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's 100 of those, and that's what I'm saying.
Right.
They span the gambit anywhere from a 2000 watt to a 3000 watt to a 5000 watt to a 6000 watt. There's 7500 watt jobs up there, and all of them are linkable, stackable, two phase, battery driven 48 volt, all in one high PV units. They are. Uh, take an hour or so, just get real stoned and go up on Signature Solar there, and see
Right.
what they have for offer. There's so many different. The reason I bought this is because a 3 stack ends up at 15,000 for me, and that made it roughly a $2,100, $2,200 buy for 15,000 watts, which, in my humble opinion and given my calculations, that'll do everything I ever wanted to do. But I
Right.
don't have to buy 3 of them at once. I could buy 2 of them and then pick a third one up later on. 2 of
Right.
them will do pretty much everything I want, but it won't run. Well, it will run the heat pump, but it won't run a pool. It won't run extra lighting, that kind of thing.
Right.
So I'm starting with 2 of them for 10,000, and that's going to give me plenty because I've got 10. Also got 10 kilowatts. I got 10,000 amp hours of battery time. So I'm good. I think, given the calculations on my current usage, I believe I've got
Right.
everything covered. I will expand the house electrical to a pool, to well, I already have an outlet for the RV, so that's already set up. So, I mean, I've got a lot of electrical requirements, power
Right.
requirements,
Right.
and I need something that's expandable. Um,
I was just going through this to see what the battery management systems are that are. It's. I wanted to see what's on it.
are you going to build your own? It sounds like you already have 48 volts of lithium.
Oh no, I've got deep cell.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm flooded cell marine battery. I got 1,210 amp hours. I got 1,210 amp, 150. No,
I got a
150
shitload of
hours.
those in. I got a 1, 2, 3. I got 8 208 amp hour 6-volt golf cart batteries in the RV that I'm about to pull out and replace with 16 3.7 volt lithium cells and a 200 amp hour BMS
Okay.
soon.
Nice.
I need to get the house online first.
Right.
So, what questions can I answer for you? How can I help you out?
Well, that's why I was wondering where you got it from and what experiences you're having with that battery. I'm really curious about that too, because that's the main thing. Your usage and time on battery.
You're interested in how long that's going to keep me off the grid.
Yeah, I know numbers say numbers, but I'm just
Right. No, I get you, brother. I understand, and I'm real interested in that too. But I'm not there yet. I'm not actually to the point where I'm testing any of that yet. But
Okay.
I'm still wiring it up. I'm still, I got a shit ton of work to do on it before I flip the switch on it. You know that.
Oh wow. Oh, okay.
I'll have to have the electrician, the certified guy will have to come out and bless it and terminate it and say that it's the code before I do anything.
Right.
That's going to cost me probably 150 an hour there.
Right.
But hey, it's worth it. I mean, I'll do all the work and he just comes out and does a couple of hours and I'm good.
He does the old.
There you go. Exactly. So yeah,
he does. What comes after that is this.
Exactly. That's the next thing. And you hand the guy the check and everything's fine.
Right.
But hey.
What's up, AZ?
AZ, how are you, sir? Let me shut up and let somebody else talk. I hate being the monopolizer of convos.
I was driving up from town and I heard you guys talking about Signature Solar.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I purchased batteries from them back in March, and I found out something interesting. If you go up to their website and search for refurbished or open box, it'll bring up the listings of items that have been returned, but they don't have a price on them. It gives you their phone number, so you can, and it's the same stuff that they sell. It's just been returned.
It just can't be sold as new anymore. Yeah, dude, that is awesome info.
But the thing is, because it's refurbished, everybody wants their shit brand new. And I bet you could haggle a good deal on like a refurbished or, open box grow watt inverter, which is what I was thinking of doing. Because
that's the best idea I've heard all night right there. It really is.
Well, I'll tell you what, they have a YouTube channel, and if you watch it,
I'm a fan.
Yeah, they have it. It's a Texas company. They're over in Sulphur Springs, Texas.
Great people.
They have engineers and they have technicians, and they test their shit. So if they get something back from a customer and they're going to resell it, I know they test it. I trust them.
Me too. Yep.
Now, what I found is I bought 5 of the 48 volt lithium batteries.
There you go, baby.
And
Sorry,
it's all battery addiction's fault. Talking about lithium ion bursting in the flames, damn it. So anyway, these batteries, as far as I could find, they are the lowest price and they're built like a brick shit house. I looked at some others that were slightly more, and although they looked pretty, they looked like they were enclosed in like a thin sheet metal housing. These things are what do they call it? Telecom rack or server rack size, and they're made out of like heavy gauge aluminum sheet. They're well
So
built.
did you buy the EG4s? Is that the brand
Yes.
that you bought?
Yes.
Those are
Yeah, I bought
incredible batteries.
5 of
Yes, they
those and that server rack with the
They should have
ventilated
given you
panels.
that server rack. If you bought 3 or more, they said they're giving away that server rack now. You know that, right?
Well, this was back in March. I got like
Ah,
100 or so
okay.
off. So, and
That's
I
cool.
couldn't, I didn't want to just stack them up, you know, have to build a shelf and stack them up or
Oh, yeah.
anything like
Yeah.
that. I figured, because what I did is the rack is maybe 4.5 feet high. And I think it's like 24 inches on a side. All the batteries fit inside, and with 5 batteries, there's room for like 1.5 batteries, you know, the height.
Yeah.
And so what I wanted to do is make a single unit. I fabricated a panel, a vertical panel at the back of the rack, and it has like reinforced sides that my inverter and my combiner box are mounted to. And on the back, I put a 50 amp socket, and I'm just going to wire the breaker box in my house to a 50 amp, you know, 3-prong plug.
Dude, that's awesome.
And this
Prowse
rack
is
is
doing that
on
very thing
wheels.
there. You know that, right? Will
What?
Prowse is doing that. His latest video, Will Prowse is doing that very thing. He's putting together, although I bet yours is on wheels, is on casters.
Yes.
He did basically the same thing. He stood up like 4 of those SOCO 48 volt 100 amp jobs, and then put a 6,000 volt MPPT inverter on top of it. He didn't make it as complete as yours with the sub panel box and outlet, but he did basically the same thing. Dude, yours sounds cooler. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please go ahead. I apologize.
No, it's, you know, it's like I've been living on solar for years, and it's like houses, you know, the breaker box in a house is designed to have, you know, that utility power coming in through the roof. And when I get like extended cloudy days, I have to run a power cord in here to hook up to my inverter and charge my batteries. And I thought, why don't I just connect a 50 amp power plug to my breaker box and then convert my inverter battery setups so they have matching sockets. And that way I can just like switch between one or the other.
Yep. That's absolutely
they got those, they got
depending
those
on what kind of
plates.
whimsical mood I'm in.
Well, they got those plates that go over so you can't turn one on, and you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's a transfer switch though.
Interlock.
Now I don't have any utility whatsoever. There's no utilities out here. The only one I got is my cell phone. So I can plug, it's like the breaker box, and I have heavy duty, you know, like 10 gauge power cable, you know, with a black shaft around the whole thing. I can just plug everything in as I need it instead of getting into the whole dedicated, well, you've seen some of the power walls out there that people put in their utility rooms.
Mm-hmm.
And this just gets away from that whole concept and puts it all in one large container on wheels.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not even halfway there. I'm trying to get close to where you are. So you want to hear, Wiz,
How many?
meet the master. We're all just learning at the master of AZ infant. You know what I'm saying?
Well, my battery
I
boxes all have wheels, and there's only 4
yeah,
batteries to a box, so I can
yes,
move I can I can interconnect them.
yes, and you want to do 48 volts. I heard a
So
little bit about your panels. You said they're 36-volt panels.
Yep,
You want to use one of the high input MPPT inverters, and that way you can string them all in series to a high
correct,
voltage.
correct. Well, all I
That
got to do
way,
is make sure you only stay 75 to 80% of your amp load and 75 to 80% of your voltage.
yes. Now,
Yep.
I started on solar years ago before any of this neat shit was available. And so I had to use like 12-volt inverters. And I had so much current running through them. I had to use, I believe it was quadruple aught welding cable
yep,
as my battery
and that
lead.
shit ain't cheap at
No.
all. It's like
Well,
$20 a foot now.
I was fortunate in that I found used. Buddy of mine was a welder, so I got used heavy duty welding cables. But they're just
That's why
too
you jack
friggin'
everything to
big.
48 volts now. You're right. You're
Yes,
absolutely right.
yes.
I bought
I mean,
the
you use
48 volt
you,
batteries.
oh
I'm
what?
sorry, go ahead. They're Jacopere brand 48 volt batteries. They're
Yes,
the exact same battery as the EG4.
yes,
But at the time, they weren't back ordered like the EG4s where I could get them. So I've got 2 of those for a total of, what is it, 200 amps at 48 volts,
yes,
going into 2 5,000 watt grow watts. But
yes.
I'm learning, dude.
Did you get the split phase grow watts or the plain 220 single phase grow watts?
Well, I got the ES, which, as I understand, those are the split phase and
Yeah,
the proper ones for the United States.
yes. Yeah, I was debating about getting that, but it's like I've been using just 120 volts for years, and I don't want to mess with the balancing and all the shit you have to do on the breaker box.
I got a bunch of 240 load that I got to get. I'm going to mine Bitcoin, and that's all 240 load.
Okay, yeah.
So every Bitcoin miner and every ASIC Bitcoin miner on the planet is a 240 volt load.
Welcome in,
Okay,
Shadow Man.
What was that?
okay.
I was welcoming in the Shadow Man.
But yeah, I want to feed it all back to my mains panel on the house, and so that's why I
Yeah.
want the 240 split phase.
Yeah, and it's like I don't have like an electric dryer or an electric stove or anything like that. But if you want to and you have the capacity and you have the panels, it's easier to do it on split phase.
It is. I have the
Unless,
panels. I bought a shit ton of used panels from Santan Solar.
yeah, I bought panels from them too. In fact, that's one of the best places to go right now.
It is. It is. So it sounds like
But
I'm just walking in your footsteps here.
well, anyone who wants to do it better do it now.
Oh yeah.
Because shit is going to come apart. And that's why I moved and decided to buy those damn batteries. Because the writing's on the wall. Things are going to come apart. And
we're all 100% behind you. Yes, sir.
It doesn't matter how much it costs, because down the road, whatever money you have in the bank isn't going to be worth shit.
Right.
So
Hey, they got an 8 kW split phase off grid.
You'll get to the point where you'll pay anything to get the power back. When the power goes
Yeah.
off, you'll pay whatever you need to get the power back.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to make sure that the power doesn't go off. I
Right.
got the generator for it. I got the solar for it. I got the grid tied for it. Fuck that power going off. I'll just make everything power dependent. That's
And
all.
don't forget blackout curtains for your windows, damn it.
Yeah, here in Nevada, I don't have blackout curtains. I have, what do they call that? Reflectix.
Yeah.
It's a thick reflective solar reflective panel that you cut to size for each one of the windows and
Yeah.
literally
But
tape them in.
You just don't want passerbys knowing you have electricity.
Exactly. I also got a soft start. I think it's a 5-ton heat pump unit, maybe a 4-ton. But I got a soft start unit, a micro air soft start unit for that. I have a lot of experience with those in the RV. They work like champions. They really do work great.
You know, a couple of years ago, I had when the mini split air conditioners first came out.
There you go.
And then they made them a little more higher tech, and they came out with the inverter mini split system, which has it's like a variable speed brushless motor.
Yep.
So when it starts, instead of
have a
pulling a
low
large draw,
current.
it starts off at like, I mean, I have just a 12,000 BTU mini split inverter, but it starts out at 3 amps, which is nothing. And then it starts ramping up and it maxes out at like 10 or 11, something like that. I don't think I've even had it on full blast ever.
Well, that's why most people use mini splits for off grid.
Yes.
I mean, if I was a thinking man, I would have thought about that ahead of time. But no, I didn't think about it, so I got stuck with a 5-ton ream.
Well,
but I am in the middle of the desert, and so I want to make sure that I can keep this place subarctic.
Yes. Now I'm thinking of getting a second one, simply because they might not ever be available again.
Exactly. You're right.
You know, if they're going to tank us,
by the way, if you're ordering,
all these things
if
might
you're
be gone.
Ordering the 5K right now, you don't get it until June.
I saw that.
If you order that grow watt, you can't get it until June. Exactly.
Well, that's why I came up, because the last time I checked, which was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, they had refurbished or open box 5Ks, or so they said.
Now they got a refurbished 8K split phase off grid. Under $1,200.
Yeah, but see, the difference though is instead of being a high frequency inverter, that one uses a lower frequency and it has a pretty hefty transformer in it.
Yep.
That's why they cost more. And I haven't looked too much into the 5Ks, but just in general, the market of 5-6 kilowatt high frequency inverters, especially the stuff coming out of China, some of them have a problem, like starting a large load. Either they won't start it, or the damn thing will blow up and burn out.
Well, it has to do with the FETs that they're using in the. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, but that transformer allows them to use a lower voltage, higher amperage FET, like in the old inverters. Like my my trace inverters. They're trace SW4024s,
I know those inverters.
and they must weigh about 120 pounds a piece because of the huge friggin' transformer in them.
Right. They're low frequency because they are coil wound transfers.
Yes.
They're
But,
not
I mean,
MOSFET.
they were made in like the mid to late 90s, and they're still working fine.
Right. They'll never fail. There's no
problem
moving
is-
part.
Yeah.
I think
the
they
problem
probably
is
have
there's
25-year
24
warranties on
volts,
them
so-
too.
You know, I don't know. That company has changed hands several times.
Hey,
In fact,
let me reach out to Huckleberry in the chat. Huckleberry, I will try to send your potato seeds out this weekend.
potato seeds.
She knows what I mean. Potatoes code.
I thought you were branching out.
No. You
Spicy
get her order
tomato.
in the mail, but,
Yeah.
you know, for those curious ears. I'm sorry. Let me shut up. You go ahead, sir.
If you're going to branch out into potato seeds, you might as well sell onion sets too. That way you can have fried potatoes and onions.
I'm already cloning my spicy tomatoes.
Yeah, I haven't done any gardening.
Dude, that is awesome to hear. I'm so glad to hear that, AZ. I'm so
Right.
glad to hear that you have this experience. Because I got to be honest with you, I've been grasping. I've had questions for months that I haven't been able to. I mean, I think I'm okay. I'm not real sure. Are you running these grow watts or are you running something else?
No, I picked up, and the brand is called MPP. They're made in Taiwan.
I know it. Yeah.
That's
the one
copied
Will Prowse
extensively in
yep.
China.
Yes.
Yeah, and I picked that up because it has a solar voltage of up to 500 volts, and right now
Nice.
I'm testing it out with like 360 volts on the panels.
Fuck.
Okay.
Oh wow. So
Well,
you're
I've
not
got, a
on
grounding,
and
I got
again-
a grounding question. But go ahead.
Um,
No. Go ahead with your thought. I can ask later. We can talk about it.
well, like we should know, the higher the voltage, the smaller the gauge wire necessary, and it's easier to run when it's a smaller gauge.
Yep.
So that's the savings behind that.
High voltage,
You're not
low
paying
current.
for a lot of copper.
Welcome to Ohm's law.
Yeah, it's
That's
like I have like shit. I'd have to add it up again. I have like 4,000 or 4,600 watts of these panels that I only have 4 of them hooked up right now. I'm sorry, I have 8 of them hooked up. Or how many do I have hooked up?
Fire in the bowl.
But I expect to have 12. And even with that much voltage, the amperage is still going to be low. And so I used 10 gauge. I don't know what they call it. It's like you can direct bury it. It's got a really thick
I have
insulation
the same
on
10
it.
gauge. Exactly. It's PV
Yes.
10 gauge is what it is. It's
Yes.
I'm not sure it's
Now,
specialty
I
for
picked this
PV,
up.
but I have the same thing. Exactly.
Yes.
You can
I
direct
picked
bury
it
it,
up
but I'm
some
going to put
years
it in
ago.
conduit.
I picked up like 200 feet of it some years ago because the price was so good, simply because all they had was red.
No shit. Okay, that's cool.
You know, you just wrap the ends with black tape for the, your black lead.
Yep.
But
Absolutely.
it was a good deal, and I mean the price has at least doubled,
Tripled.
in the subsequent several years. Yeah.
Tripled as of the last couple months.
I bought 100 foot of black. I bought 100 foot of black and just wrapped duct tape around the ends that are positive.
Whatever you can get cheap, get cheap. That's what I say.
Yeah.
You're just pulling
Wires,
current. You
wires.
don't give a fuck what the insulation is. You just, as long as it's marked and you know
Right.
it's negative or
Yeah.
positive, then fuck it. The rest of it's aesthetic color.
Yeah, just don't cross your wires when you hook them up,
Right.
and you'll be good.
Yeah.
And never touch the wires with your tongue. Damn it.
Never cross the streams.
Never cross the streams. Oh man. Anyway.
Dude, that is so good. That is so good to hear. I am so happy to hear that. You really have no idea.
Well, I'll get
See, Wiz,
I'll try and
we're all
put up a
doing it.
video.
Yeah.
You need to get with it.
I'm looking at that AKW because it does the 220 already. Don't have to buy a combiner box. And
220 is where you want to go. I would.
They're sitting at 1,200.
What?
What?
They got them on the refurbished line at $1,200. AKWs.
Well, I'm not familiar with that one.
The Grow Solars. AKWs. I've been just sitting there watching, going through all the product line. I'm sitting there looking at an AKW split phase off grid inverter. All in one. There's a low frequency pure sine wave inverter and charge controller. And there's one for 1,600 on that page. Well, 1,549.
What's the input voltage for the solar?
The max input PV input is 7K.
No, I mean that's the wattage. I mean the voltage.
Right. And I don't have that. I have to download the spec sheet.
Well, I
They got
know
it for $1,600 on this one, or $1,550.
Okay.
I seen one in a different one of 1,200. Yep, right over here. Split phase off grid inverter, SPF 8000T, DVM MPV.
8,000 for 1,200. Those
1,200.
5Ks are 8 or 900.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Whatever you get stackable, so that you can stack it like you can add to it.
Right.
Because your batteries, now the batteries are stackable. You've got your own battery array, but you're eventually going to go to what AZ has.
Well, see, I'm currently operational on 3K inverter. So an 8K will more than double my capabilities, and so that's what I'm looking at.
Is it 240 out? Is it 240 split phase? 220 split phase. That's fine. That's perfect.
No step down conversion necessary.
You're sure about that?
That's what it says.
Okay. I don't know their models by heart, but they have a few that are just the single phase 220. But they took it off their website, but they had a step down transformer for like $300 or $400 that would convert the 220 single phase into
5,000 watts of two legs of 120. Yes, I own one of those. I bought the first generation. They took that off the market. They now have a second generation on their website that does exactly the same thing.
Well, I had one in my cart. I had one in my cart and they disappeared.
No shit.
Yeah, but I have I salvaged a server power supply some years ago, and it has a 5 kVA step up, step down toroidal transformer in it, which I got it sitting right here, and it's also rack mount size, so it's in the top of the rack case for the batteries. I'm like in the process of wiring that up right now.
So you're going to use that as your charger?
No, this steps down to 220 from the MPP inverter down to 120.
Nice.
Yeah, but I wanted to get that one that Signature Solar had as a backup because I like having redundancy.
I agree with you. I agree.
So, but I just figured I'd put
Liz,
this thing in service.
if I could offer you a piece of advice before you pull the trigger on something like that, pick up the phone and call the people.
Yeah.
Ask the dude about that exact model number. Say, will it do this for me? Will it do this for me? Will it do this for me?
Well,
If all of those
you
are
know,
yes, then pick it up.
I downloaded the installation manual, and I swear it was written for Europeans because it shows how to install it, but it really doesn't explain how exactly you can use it. Like on this transformer that I salvaged, you can put 110 in and get 220 out, or you can put wire it up the other way and put 220 in and get 110
I
out,
mean, that's a
or
fairly typical
140.
transformer. That's the way
Yeah,
coils work.
but
The current will pass both directions.
yeah, but this model, I have a feeling, has some kind of electronics in it besides a transformer, and I don't know whether you can run it backwards. I tend to think you can. Of course, um, I don't know why you would for that kind of system, because all their inverters are either 220 or the split 110.
Yeah, this is 120, 240. Sorry.
Okay, that was the one you were looking at.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not stackable.
Yeah, I think that's the limitation I saw on that. Whereas the 5K ones are stackable.
But you know what? I'm not necessarily have a problem with that.
I mean, if it'll fit into what you're thinking, the direction you're moving, then okay. I mean, it's
Because I'm not looking at running any stoves or ovens. All my stuff's going to be gas or fire, wood
Yeah.
drill.
so. Where's most of your load? 120 or 240?
Would be the majority of my 240 load or 220 load is going to be my well.
You know,
And that's already taken care of. Use that because you've already got that on a DC system, correct?
No, that's on the generator.
well, how
Well,
deep is your well? How deep is your well?
470 feet, 75 feet.
wow, that's a deep one. All right.
Yeah, it's
There's
a
there's a website called Vevor, Vevor, or you can probably find them on eBay. But look for a 115 volt, 120 volt, half horsepower deep well pump. I'm running one. I'm only running it at 100 feet deep, but I have that thing running on a 250-foot extension cord, and it hasn't given me any trouble.
That's
The
cool.
problem with deep well pumps, submersible pumps, is they actually overrate the motor. So when you buy a 3/4 horse, 120 volt deep well submersible pump, it's actually a 1 horsepower pump. And I mean, that was like the first pump I put in the well up here, and I couldn't figure out how it was drawing like 10 or 12 amps if it's only 3/4 of a horsepower. And somebody clued me into it. It's the one thing you buy that they actually overrate and don't tell you. But if you drop it down, and I'd have to look up to see whether these half horse, it's really half a horse. You check the amperage, and yeah, it draws like 5 amps. 4 amps, 5 amps, and it puts out like, I don't know, 10 or 15 gallons per minute, depending on the depth. But they're real half horse motors, and they don't take a lot to start them.
Oh, well, I ain't messing with that well. Personally,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm not going to be messing with the well. It is what it is until it doesn't work, and then we'll deal with it if that happens.
Well, my point is, I found a place on eBay. I forget their name, and they were selling these half horse, 4-inch diameter, deep well pumps for like $150, and I gave it a shot. This like, I don't know, like 5 years ago. The thing is still running. Haven't had any problems with it yet. And I found an identical unit on this Beaver website, and it was under $100.
Yeah.
And so I just bought one just to put away in case something happens to the other one.
Right. Well, my thing is, I don't have a problem with running the well on a generator system, because I'm going to be working with water towers.
Yeah.
I'm going to be setting water towers. So,
Yes.
I'm going to put, 4 of those. I plan on, when I build my house, I'm going to have a tower on the backside of my house.
Yes.
That's going to have 4 of those 275-gallon tanks.
Yes.
And all I got to do is just once a day in midday sun, pop that son of a bitch with something like this for maybe, 10, 15 minutes to fill those tanks.
Are you using those palletized plastic tanks?
Yes,
You
sir.
might. I use those out here, and I actually painted them with latex house paint in order to cut down on the exposure to the sun.
Oh, yeah. I plan on spraying them with Rhino coat and enclosing them inside of a box at the top of the tower. They're going to be inside of their own box.
Yeah. Because they're nice, but the plastic on them really isn't that thick.
Right.
But as long as you protect it, mine have like it's almost like a half-inch conduit.
Well, my
And
other
so
thing is
there's
I'm going to atomize some silver, and then I'm going to coat the inside of the tank with it.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
what you got going on
You see
there,
my
Don?
inverters?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Can you see what I got there?
yes, I do.
So on the floor, I've got those 2 Jackaper batteries stacked one
Yeah.
on top of the other, and then I've got it on a little Harbor Freight set of furniture mover casters.
Yes.
Right.
Wooden. Yeah. I picked up 2 of those for like $10,
Right.
and those fucking batteries are heavy as shit.
Yeah, they are.
So I managed to get them up on there. Jesus Christ, that was tough. But
No shit.
dude, those batteries are heavy as fuck. They're probably
Yeah,
a
they're
buck
like
35,
100 pounds.
135 pounds each.
Right. You need a
Yep.
cherry picker to get them off the ground. Damn near.
But yeah, I got the 2 Grow Watt 5000s there. Got them linked. Got most of my DC wiring done. And then there to the left, lower left, I've got my sub panel and starting my AC wiring now. I haven't brought anything in from the outside yet, but I've got I think I've got 28 Santan Solar PV panels. I think they're 250 watts each.
There you
I should
go.
be able to pull about 7,000 watts to begin with. I'll have to split that between the 2. But I have PV cutout switches that I still have to mount there. Probably put some. I'm going to put a 600 amp switch on the DC positive side and a 600 amp breaker on the DC negative side before I turn this thing up.
So your complete cutouts. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just be able to cut the battery out when I need to, and to separate the each of the inverters. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put as much cutout in here as possible.
Oh yeah,
Um,
isolation of the component systems. You bet. You need to be able to do
Yeah.
each and everything. Yep.
I'm probably going to put another sub panel in to do the AC in. So I'm going to bring the AC in to this location here from the outside, from the pole, literally, and then feed the AC back into that same location, which is 45 feet outside of that wall right there. Is where my panel is.
Did you say 45 feet?
I did, yes, sir.
That's not a problem.
No, it's just going to be fucking expensive because it's going to be. I'm probably going to have to run like a 2-aught copper, and
Right.
I'm going to need at least 1, 2, 3, 4 of those runs at
Mhm.
45 feet, which is probably going to cost me somewhere in the neighborhood of $500.
Ouch.
Yeah. Yep.
But I mean, cost of doing business, baby.
Right.
If I wait 2 years from now, it'll be twice that again.
Right.
If it's available.
If it's available. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm of the same mindset as AZ. Buy it now, get it installed, get it working now, because later on you'll easily pay double for it. Easily.
Unobtainium.
Unobtainium, exactly. And by the way, 45 feet outside of that wall, I have a Generac 24.5 kVA emergency generator with 200 amp auto transfer.
Yeah.
Nice.
And a 250 gallon propane tank.
Yeah,
Yes,
I debated
propane
doing
driven.
the propane thing.
I chose propane because it stores longer.
Did you say
And at the time,
poontang or propane?
Poontang. I chose Poontang, exactly.
Poontang. Yeah, hell yeah. It stores longer.
Yeah, the electrical talk is boring, Colonel. You're absolutely right. And we're sorry about that, but between the three of us that are on panel, that's kind of really where we want to be at this point in the program. So, but I'll be happy to turn it over to whoever wants to do anything else. I mean,
Right. Colonel says he's coming up.
Well,
Yeah, Colonel says he's coming up. He wants to show us something.
I decided on diesel, Don.
really? Tell me why.
Yeah, and when the shit started with Ukraine, I started filling a 500-gallon diesel tank. I've got it up to 350. I'm hoping to. It was like $4.70 a gallon, but it's up to $5.29 now, and I'm hoping it'll dip back down because again, the unobtainium $5 a gallon diesel is going to be worth it down the road.
Are you familiar with Rob? RBOB, I think it is, regional spot price for diesel and gas.
I haven't checked.
I saw RBOB for diesel go to $7.50 today on the market.
Oh shit! Yeah,
$7.50 for RBOB.
It went from 570 or 479 up to 529 since Monday here.
So tell me why diesel. Tell me why.
Because I bought a subcompact diesel tractor with a backhoe.
Okay. What'd you buy, by the way?
It's a South Korean made TYM T224 with a backhoe.
Wow.
because I might not ever get to do it again.
Right.
Dude, I feel you.
And I could bury the bodies.
Hey, that's
Yes.
why I bought that Case 580 SE when I did. I got it for $8,000.
Oh, damn it. You know, I've been constantly looking at used backhoes, and you cannot find anything under $15,000, no matter how old and shitty it is.
Right. I know.
And I thought, you know, for 5,000 more, I can get a new, you know, it's smaller. You have to work twice as hard, but it beats the hell out of shovels and wheelbarrows.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
No
does.
salute, Colonel.
Look,
Sorry
I'm
about
gonna
that.
get. Look, I'm gonna get the cat now for you to show. Okay, I'll be right back.
Anyway, it was nice and shiny for one day, and I took pictures of it. Now it's covered in dirt.
Right.
Well, that's the way that's its natural state. So
Yeah.
long
That
as you
guy
can
wants.
keep the grease between the dirt and the steel, then you're
Yeah.
good.
Well, that's another thing I've been stocking up on is oil, grease, everything like that.
I went out and bought 2 14-gallon gas tanks and started
Yep.
storing gas.
Yeah, get a bottle of Stable also.
Yep.
And
For the very reason you just said, unobtainium.
yes, I keep my pickup truck gas tank topped off every time I
Yep.
go into town.
Absolutely.
I have a 55-gallon drum for my
Yes.
oil. I have one for gasoline, but the gasoline is empty.
Well, right now for
This is
oil
for
and
Huckleberry.
grease,
Huck, are you
Walmart
watching?
is about the cheapest place you can find it.
Right.
You know,
Wow.
they have like gallon or 2-gallon jugs of 30-weight motor oil for
Look
I think
at
like 11
all
or
the
$12.
cute. Oh my
Look at
God.
that
Huck, are
cute,
you
man.
seeing this? Huckleberry?
Oh my gosh.
Look at all the cute there. Jesus.
It's 4 weeks old now.
Oh my
Ah,
God.
look at that.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
And my wife called it Pumbaa from the Lion King.
There you go.
We have
Did
2
you
of
raise
them.
it up like, offer it up to the gods and all of that stuff?
No. We're gonna offer it. We're gonna offer it to the mighty Euro.
Yeah. Oh man.
I'm gonna bring it back to his mother. Yes.
All right. Yeah. Wow.
Okay, look one more time. I know.
Look at that.
Oh no. His nails are so sharp.
Needle sharps. Yeah. It's stuck in your clothes.
He's awful cute though.
Ain't that sweet?
Hi, Puma.
As white as snow with blue eyes.
Oh wow. That's awesome.
And believe me or not, this breed was almost extinct in World War II. There was just 2 left, a male and a female. And then the male died, and then they brought it back with the Siamese and the Persian.
Oh wow.
But there was only 2 of them left in the world. 2. I'm gonna bring it back.
That's wild.
Yeah, Colonel, we know you have to squeeze it in order to get it to meow.
Right. Oh, I need to. You know what? Thinking of that, I should. We had baby rabbits. We got lots of baby rabbits.
Oh
Yeah. Yep. Got. Let's see. I already sold a couple, so I got 2 more selling tomorrow. I've got 12, 14 right now. And then next week we have 18 more coming down from the mamas.
See, I haven't done that at all. I was thinking of getting chickens, but I don't
Well,
think I'm going to do it.
this power system gives me the capability to start up my hatchery as well.
Yes.
Yep. I'll be able to run 4 batteries on my old stuff and power the hatchery. And the new system will be able to run the fridges in the house. So
Yes.
that's what I'm after.
How far away are you from that?
From my creation,
No, I mean financially. How far away is that second system?
well, reports have it that the guy is supposed to be showing up to buy my truck tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Real good.
So he's going to take it as is.
Yeah,
And
I gave up looking for a good used pickup truck because there just aren't any available anymore.
right. Well, he's buying my dad's truck for $6,000.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's
Not
full
bad.
of drive, Z71, 1999,
Nice.
extended cab. It's a nice truck. It's only got 113,000 miles on it.
See,
So
that's actually one of the factors that pushed me into getting the tractor. I don't know how it is where you are or in Nevada, but here in Arizona, they are snapping up used pickup trucks like there's no tomorrow.
I know. I
Same.
wanted to sell the caddy to fix the truck.
And driving the price up doing it. Trying to get something used in a decent beater. You just can't get them anymore.
I know.
For like less than $30,000. They're, everything's massively expensive.
Yep.
I'd love to have a good beater.
Even the backyard pickup truck projects have all disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that
like
used
a
to
ranch
go for,
Jeep or a ranch or farm use pickup or something like that. Dude, you're right.
Yeah.
Can't get them anymore.
I still have my Laredo, so I figure I'll put the Laredo in service.
Yeah.
My next project is a Grand Cherokee. I'm gonna electrify a Grand Cherokee.
What year?
I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. I'm looking at like maybe one of the XJs, like a 98 or something like that. But whatever I can get cheap off of Craigslist.
Okay. I had like the 1970s monster Jeep Cherokee on mine.
Oh wow.
Colonel, where'd you go?
Yeah, Colonel, come back. Yeah, I got an 04 Cherokee Laredo, and it's got the 5.7 in it. And
see, that would be perfect. If you just had to, I don't need the motor of that. I just need the carcass.
Oh wow, really? Well, this one's gonna get tires, and I'm gonna put the big push bumpers on it, front and back.
So you're gonna make a farm Jeep. Yeah.
I'm gonna make a yard. I'm gonna make a property mule out of that thing.
Well, don't forget to weld big spikes on it in case you need to go down the highway.
Dude, I would.
There is gonna be a 3-point. I'm gonna weld on the 3-point hooks, so I can set a 3-pointer up there.
No shit. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Just hold the fucking phone. Right. So I got a pair of Jeep Grand Cherokee hooks, front end hooks, under bumper hooks.
Right.
That I've been trying to get rid of that came off of my old Jeep that I can't use. Do you want them?
Let me check and see what's under there right now. I don't know if it's got the hooks already or not.
I put them up on eBay. Nobody gives a fuck about them. Nobody cares. If you don't take them, I'm gonna throw them away. It's that's kind of where it comes
Okay.
down to.
I'm kind of thinking they ain't under there because that is a Laredo. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when you get a chance, look. I won't throw them away, but they're sitting here, dude. I'd be happy to put them in a box and send them off to you. I really would.
All right. Okay.
See if you got a
I'll
spot
check
for
that
them. I'd
out.
love to give them to you. I would.
All right. Because that's, I want to put all that stuff together and just make that some of it because it's stuck in 4-wheel drive. The actuator's bad, but I ain't worried about that. I'm
Yeah.
I'm gonna put the ATV 1050s on her and the big tube push bumpers with the I'm gonna weld on the mounts for the um not the hoist, but the what am I thinking
Winch,
of? Winches.
winch.
Yeah. I'm gonna put a couple 9600s on her front and back and I'm gonna set a generator in the back and it'll be my property mule. Yeah.
Being stuck in 4-wheel drive, that really won't matter being off the road.
Right. It's never going to hit the road. I'm going to be climbing the woods with it.
What year is that?
04.
Okay, so you have a Quadratec 2 transmission in that. If it's stuck
Okay.
in 4-wheel drive, the module is $135. I know.
Is
I
it?
just looked at. I got a 06 that's the exact same thing. So the module's $135 at fucking what's those dickhead
Rock Auto?
Rock Auto. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
I love
wanted to pass that piece of information off. Sorry.
No problem. But yeah, I don't see using it other than like a 4-wheeler anyway, because we're going to be, I got hills out here and it's going to be climbing or diving tied to a tree to pull something else up a hill, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, the default of that Quadratec is all-wheel drive. So, being stuck in 4-wheel drive is not going to be vastly different from its default of all-wheel drive anyway. So,
Right.
there.
Right. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't really give a shit. It can't be titled. It's been
Abandoned.
no, it was wrecked. And they salvaged out the title.
Yeah. They
So
call it
it can.
abandoned title out here.
Oh, is that what they call it? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've
Property mule.
that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna pull that door jamb out just enough to make that door close properly. And then yeah. He's property mule.
Let me change the subject for a second. And maybe I just am stoned and forgot. AZ, I don't think you told us what inverter set you had.
The one I've been using is I have a pair of Trace SW4024s, but I don't have them.
Yes, you did. Yes. Okay.
I don't have them paralleled. I just have one as a backup, and the new one I'm putting together is made by MPP Solar out of Taiwan.
Gotcha. So you got a single, or you got a stack, or the new?
The inverter's just a single.
Okay.
It can be paired, but since I don't have any large loads, I thought of buying one as just a backup to keep in a box, not to
Gotcha.
parallel. But I'd like
And
to
you
go with
want
the Grow Watt.
okay, dude, the Grow Watts are awesome. I love them. I've got two of them, like I said. And I'm just learning.
Torn. I'm torn.
I like your battery setup. You've got 25 kW of fucking battery that'll run my house for days on end.
Yeah, let me see if I can put on the camera.
Colonel says plaster and cement is my expertise. I don't know nothing about electrics. So, but yeah, it'll allow me to fix the caddy. It'll allow selling the truck will allow me to fix the caddy, fix the backhoe, get the four wheeler on, get the
Nice big old burst of capital never hurts, brother. I understand completely.
plus all the little shit I can get done, taken care of, and all that shit. It gets my hatchery running with the power systems upgraded. And then that's a moneymaker right there. I run get that hatchery rolling. I'm telling you, hatching chicks,
$5 a dozen. Oh, okay. On chicks.
$5
Yep.
a piece.
No shit. Okay.
$5 a piece for the chicks.
There we go. Easy.
Yeah, I'm talking about Jersey Black Giants and Barred Rocks. Yep.
Well,
see it or not.
My thinking is the electrical system for me is the base of everything that I'm going to do in the future.
Right.
The solar not only, oh, look at that.
Ain't that
Look
party.
at that. Man, I tell you what. Look at you. That's just slick and snot.
Yeah, I almost scare myself.
Wow.
Man, that's cool as shit.
Yeah, it is.
I am just jelly as I can be. So answer Wiz's question. How long will that run your house? Or are we there yet? Do we know that yet?
Well, I have what I've been using for the past 4 years is 8 Charette. I forget whether they're like 360 or 400 amp hour batteries, 8 of them, which, if I remember right, completely store like 24 kilowatts of electricity. But with lead acid, you don't want to take them down past like 70%.
Right.
So in the past 4 years, usually they're down at 80% by morning. A couple times I've had them down to 70 or 68% on just a handful of occasions. So these 5 new batteries are 25 kilowatts, but I can discharge them down to like
0.
20%. Well, no, you don't want to take them down to 0 because it'll shorten their life. But you can take them down to 20-30%. So I'm actually doubling my capacity because I can use more of these batteries than I could the lead acids.
Yep.
If you understand.
I understand completely. My rules, I mean, the reading that I've done always said that never take the lead acids down to more than 50%. And the lithiums you could take down to 10% if you really needed to. But yeah, you get more of the battery to exercise. So if 20%, so here's the math then you just told me. You have a 24 kV system that is from fully charged is draining to 80% by morning from an overnight. So you're taking 20% per night of that battery out. If that's lead acid, you get, say, 2 nights of that at max. If that's lithium, you'd probably get 3 nights, maybe 4.
Well, I mean, see,
tell me I'm wrong.
It's like even on a cloudy day, my panels will charge the batteries somewhat. Unless it's a really heavy storm, they've never gone down to 0. Usually there's enough light during the day, even on a cloudy day where, completely overcast, where you still get something.
Yes.
Yeah. And when you have like partly cloudy, where it's intermittent cloud and then sunshine, you get that edge effect on the clouds where it actually magnifies the amount of sunlight, and you're putting out more than your system is rated for.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. But it just matters how
Evening,
much
Colonel.
water's in the sky between you and the sun. That's what matters.
Yes.
Evening, Colonel.
Yes.
Thanks for stopping by. Much appreciated, sir.
God bless you, Colonel. Have a great day, sir.
Have a good night, Colonel. Now on these lithium batteries, on the lead acid batteries, usually the manufacturer will have a chart you can download, and it charts out the number of cycles versus like the depth of discharge, so you can estimate how long the batteries will last. And the ideal for a size L16, brand name deep cycle battery is like 7 years. But from past experience, I wasn't expecting any more than 5 before they start degrading.
Right.
And so I'm on year 4 now on the lithiums, and I forget how many cycles that is for the lead acid, but the lithiums, they are claiming 7,000 cycles. Okay. And at 7,000 cycles, the batteries would last like 20 years compared to
7,000 cycles only takes them down to 80%, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, just like the lead acid battery manufacturers, the lithium battery manufacturers have the same type of chart, and it shows you things like if you discharge them to 0, you start losing cycles. So they have a life cycle. It's just shifted differently than lead acid batteries.
So let's say like 30% or 40%.
Well, you actually don't want to fully charge them up, and you don't want to actually discharge them completely. So figure 70-80% total you can use out of the battery. Okay. Now,
Okay.
like before with my lead acids, I was trying to keep them up around 70% all the time, just so they'll live longer, get more cycles out of them.
Right.
Just by going to the lithium, I've more than doubled my capacity, even with the restriction of, not taking them down below 20% or charging them above 90 or 95%. I've still like more than doubled my capacity.
Oh,
Now
wow.
it costs more.
Right.
It costs quite a bit more.
You also have a
I think it's
15-year
worth it.
warranty on those EG4s.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you've seen the teardown videos,
Yeah.
they show how well they're put together. The little details, like labeling all the wires inside. Wires that you'll most likely never look at. They're all labeled. Things like that.
And the
What I'm
thick bus
hoping,
bars and shit like that. Yeah.
yeah, what I'm hoping is more information will come out on the BMS. Better specs. Now, right now, it's kind of fuzzy as to how the BMS is. Well, I've never seen like a spec sheet for the BMSs inside these batteries. But I think as time goes by,
Same
you should
BMS
be
as
able
the
to get.
jack appears, and there is a spec sheet for it. As a matter of fact, they give us the model number for it. I'll give you that if you want.
I'll have to look into that because what I'm expecting is to be able to get just a spare BMS. Just put it away, and in case whatever fails, I can just replace it.
Keep it in a dislocated microwave.
Yeah.
I was thinking about getting 2 of those EG4s and putting them on top of 2 of my jack appears. Now,
Okay.
My preliminary read says that those use exactly the same cells, same electronics, same BMS, same software. However,
Yes.
what we're finding is the Jackapiers and the EG4s will not talk to each other.
Yes.
They will, on the other hand, talk to the grow watts, and they use
Yes.
exactly the same configuration within the grow
Yeah.
watts to talk. So I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of at the point now where I'm going to buy myself a 485 hub and see if I can drop everything into the hub and then attach the grow watts to the hub and see if maybe it recognizes anything or everything.
See, that is the appeal that the grow watt inverter has for me, because my MPP brand inverter is supposed to be able to talk to a certain brand of lithium battery, but mine isn't it. Okay. But I came across something else. I come from lead acid batteries, and I'm sure Wiz knows about this. When you set up your charge controller, you have to set your bulk charge voltage, your absorb voltage, your float voltage, and whatever high or low cutoffs. I mean, there's all kinds of settings you have to do for lead acid batteries. Otherwise, you can kill them.
Right.
By overcharging them, they'll bubble off electrolyte. You got to keep adding water. But so when I got these lithium batteries, I was pouring through the manual that comes with it, looking for those voltages. And I have to call Signature Solar, but what I got out of that manual is, as long as you provide your 48 volt Signature Solar battery with, I think it's either 54 or 56 volts, the BMS takes care of the rest.
Yep. Between 53 and 56 volts. So your charge and float, your charge cycle will be between 53 and 56 volts. Yes.
Yes. So
right.
So getting to your
BMS takes care of everything else.
Getting to mixing your Jackaper batteries with the EG4s, as long as they want the same voltage, I think you'll be fine.
They do. The setup, so I have no problem running them together, and I could actually run them without the BMS. As a matter of fact, Will Prowse is running that mix without the BMS, and it works great.
Yeah. See that's the thing I had trouble getting my head around was, since I don't have to worry about, I mean, I have to set my charge controller so it doesn't like over voltage the lithium battery, and you have to you want to set up a low cutoff voltage. But other than that, as long as you give it that 54 or 56 volts, it takes care of the rest. I don't have to worry about it. So you can mix, as long as they take that same voltage, you can mix different brands of lithium battery banks.
Yep. And I'm going to do that very thing. The grow watts don't even say the voltage. It's a protocol for them. So if you change it to protocol 36, I think it is, then they just automatically charge and float at 56 and discharge at 48 and know all of the shit automatically.
Yeah.
And you can do all that without the BMS connection. Although I really do want the BMS connection, because there's some really cool battery cell level shit in there that you can wrap into software to get you some trending analysis, some other stuff.
Yeah.
The geeky stuff. The really geeky stuff.
Right.
Well, I'm still learning the geeky stuff on these batteries. I've got, the batteries daisy chained together with the 485 cable, but I've only gotten the software. The battery software is kind of quirky, and I only got like 2 of them recognized, and it has to do with the switch settings on each battery.
Okay. Yep. Dip switch.
Yeah,
Got to have one in the one position, and you got to have the primary one in the one position, and then everything else has got to be individually identified. So you got to put something unique in everything.
Well, for these batteries, you can, give it a binary number of 0 to 15.
Right.
For some reason, the inverter, the number 1 binary is reserved for the inverter. So I tried going from 0 on the first battery to 2 on the second battery, and down the line, and only 2 of them would show up. But I know they're all working because I charged them all up. So I'm not all that worried about the geeky stuff at this point.
Okay. You're right.
I mean, I've spent years staring at graphs on my other solar.
Right.
Dude, I
mean,
I understand.
It's like watching paint dry. Once you see the pattern, it just repeats day in and day out. In fact,
I understand.
I'm like monitoring my other system on a spare Android phone. And
so the Grow Watts also have a
dials.
Wi-Fi. I'm selling the Grow Watts to you. So the Grow Watts also have a Wi-Fi connection. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And they have monitoring software that they give you, and all kinds of other bullshit.
I'm really torn between getting a second MPP or a Grow Watt. There's like an intense battle going on over here.
Puerto Rico Gringo's going to jump in here. Look at him. Sodium ion batteries, longer life cycle, better temperature handling. You're probably right, sir. Where can I get some commercially for $1,500 for 48 or for 5,000 5 kilovolt amps, which I need another set of, by the way. Where can I get some of it? And how can I get it into my solar fucking shit? I mean,
right.
There's a lot of really great ideas out there. There really is. There's a lot of, Wiz talks about his hydrogen power, the sodium batteries. There's just a whole bunch of new technology out there. There really is. But
did you catch the article from a few days ago about the diamond nuclear battery?
No, I have not.
Well,
diamond nuclear. Please expound upon.
Well, they use carbon. They process it in a way that makes a sheet of diamond, and instead of using sunlight, they can use radiation from a low radioactive isotope that puts out alpha particles. So potentially they could make power supplies, and you know how long like radioactive isotopes last.
They could potentially make hundreds of years. Go ahead.
Yeah, they could potentially make power supplies that would last hundreds of years using leftover radioactive waste.
When can I get one?
Well, it's still in the laboratory, damn it.
But oh shit.
Love to get my hands on one of those. Fuck yeah.
Like what Wiz talks about with like hydrogen. Once you get your system up and running, and you're going to be geeking out looking at all the gauges and shit.
Right.
What you'll find is your batteries are at the lowest point, first thing in the morning. Sun comes up and they slowly start increasing the charge current to it as the sun rises. And then sometime in morning or late morning or early afternoon, your batteries will be full. And it's just your solar's just running the current load. And that's the point. That's the point where you can divert some of that, untapped voltage that's not running anything to make hydrogen. And that way you're using 100% of your solar capacity. Okay. Now it's like my
100%
lead
agree.
acid batteries. My lead acid batteries will, depending on whether I'm running the air conditioning or not, they'll be fully charged around noon, or maybe about 2 in the afternoon. Well, you still got some hours of sunlight. The system's just kind of coasting along, powering a refrigerator or a light, and it's got all that unused potential that could be put to something else, like electrolyzing water.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. I only need 12 volts at 20 amps.
Yes.
Yep. Of course, if you go 48 volt, you only need about 5 amps.
Yeah. You double the voltage and you
Mhm.
have the current.
Correct. Well, in this case, you quarter the current. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Because if you're working on a 48 volt system, why not use the 48 volt?
Yes.
So, and with that, you don't need that much more. There's a couple other aspects to it as well. You have a sonic generator that will emit the 46.2 hertz vibration, and then now you're kicking. Without it, you're only producing about 2 liters per minute. You go to 42.6, and you'll exponentially increase your production. So you have to model.
I haven't gone that far. I have all the material. I got, the stainless steel sheet, and I got stainless steel tubes and stainless steel scouring pads, but I haven't combined it all into
Sandblast your plates.
Yes.
Sandblast your plates.
Yes.
Yes. Sandblast your plates. That's a major deal right there. And then when you add the frequency, massive production. Massive. Yeah. The whole setup is just phenomenal. And it scared me when I first built it. My wife was like, "You're gonna blow us the fuck up," because I had already blown off some balloons. It was running a car. I already had a car converted before I figured all that out. And and some of it fits in like the whole damn thing's gonna fit in like a little 30-inch by 40-inch by maybe about 2-foot tall cabinet.
Just show her the Hindenburg video, and you can say, "Look, baby. Honey, the fireball is going straight up."
Right.
It's not like propane, which crawls along the floor.
But with that kind of the thing is, with that kind of production, you don't need a massive amount of storage.
Yeah.
I mean, you could power it with a generator and charge the whole system up. Depending on your storage factors, you'd be 20, 30 minutes on a generator and would restore all the all the energy that you needed for hydrogen. And it would be HHO, not just straight hydrogen. So you don't even need a mixer to recombine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can run it out of a stove or a barbecue pit or an oven, you know, or a welder,
Yeah.
a torch. Yeah.
Someday I need to get on that.
So,
I got too many
yeah.
projects.
Well, I have
Too
that's one of the
many
projects.
projects. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
have food and safety, and I figured I'd get the food thing figured out first because that's the most eminent. So that's one takes the longest to get set up, believe it or not. Get the food security with the gardens and the animals and stuff like that. A lot of learning curve there.
For me,
see,
it's electric and fuel.
Right.
yeah, that's my concern. I got the food thing. I got the food thing down, but I need to do the gardening thing
Mhm.
just for green vegetables.
Right. Right. Well,
You
I've
know.
got rabbits, chickens, figured out, and the dog things. I'm learning more about that.
Yeah.
But the I got the garden thing figured out. Now I'm building it into a greenhouse. Um, and once I got that, then I'll be expanding some more into that with the aquaponics and the other stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
the aquaponics is like completely fallen off my radar.
right. Well, it's just a matter of having the facility to do it. There's really not that much to it. I just got to put the big ass tank in the ground, put the table over it. You know what I'm saying? Solar pump runs a simple pond pump, and now we got water circulation.
Yeah.
And it'd be have a solar panel all by itself. It doesn't got to run 24/7. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we can hook that up pretty sweet. Once you got the facilitation in place, you balance the system, and you're done. You just monitor the balance and make sure you're good.
Well, the conclusion I came to, I mean, that's why I got all the IBC containers, and I think I have like 6 of them left. I had a bunch more, but they degraded in the sun.
All right.
The conclusion I came to here was I would need to bury the containers in order to keep the water from like overheating and prematurely cooking the fish.
Right.
But I mean, the backhoe kind of makes that possible now.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I was
So
saying. Even the tank I built here,
yeah,
it's going to be 3 feet. It's basically going to be ground level to 3 feet negative.
yeah,
And so, for the most part, it's going to allow me to access geothermal during the wintertime.
yeah. Hey Don, what are those big bright lights in your camera view there?
You're muted.
In the
Sorry.
upper right hand
What just
corner.
happened was I changed that from infrared lights being on to infrared lights being off or auto.
Okay. Oh, so it's a dark color picture that I'm looking at.
It's a dark picture. Basically, we call that's the well cam, right?
Okay.
The well cam is sits out at the well and looks back at the house.
Okay.
So
All
you're
right.
looking at the back of my house from that camera.
Is that the
Yeah,
moon in the sky? Or is that just a.
that'll be good. That'll be good to have when you're rated.
It will be, yes, and that is the moon in the sky. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Um, and I'm making some adjustments now.
How's the house working out?
I love it. Absolutely love it. So I did basically what you did. I escaped from a metropolitan area, Washington, D.C. And now I'm out here setting up a little homestead, trying to get as prepared as possible. I'm not a prepper. I work from home.
Yeah.
I'm not a prepper, but I'm trying to be prepared.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people go off the deep end on prepping.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I want to be one of those guys or known as one of those guys. But I'm doing, I just built this house. I'm trying to keep my finances in order here. So, trying to keep my powder dry, so to speak. So when the
Right.
shit hits the fan, I actually have a cash position. Building the house here on 5 acres, trying to keep it self-sustained electrically, doing the solar, doing the generator. Got the 250 gallons of propane. I mean, that's all been kind of in the plan.
Yeah.
I'm pleased with it, the way it's turned out so far. I'm real happy with it. I got a lot of extra work that I want to do to it. Like I want to build a shed around the generator and electrical panel. I need to build a shed around the well and the well tank. I need to make sure that they're all wired for sound. Got plenty of juice to them, so I have cams in them and everything else. I need to bring this solar online. I'm gonna try to build a pool. I want to build a pond.
Yeah.
I need to put berms up around my property to try to, influence a little bit of privacy for myself. I got 28 solar panels out there that I got to build a ground mount for, which has been the thing I've been procrastinating the longest on.
Yeah, I still got to build a ground mount too.
So, I mean, I just got, I'm just doing the shit. I'm doing what you're doing. I work from home, so I've got Starlink out here. Internet's important. I got multiple sources of internet, both from cell and from the satellites.
Where prepping and living off grid diverge is that living off grid, the focus is on sustainability, whereas prepping is kind of like for the moment,
Right.
for some period of time, but it's like you can't really prep for like survival. I've been told 6 months to a year, because even though you're prepped to hang on for 6 months for a year, you haven't planned for sustainability. And that's what living off grid does. How long can I go without electricity? How long can I go without being able to buy replacement batteries? Or how long can I go with the fuel that I've stockpiled?
Right.
Or the food that I've stored away.
The ability to produce those items is
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's where I'm trying to get, is to sustainability. I think I've got preparation down. My last tie to the grid is just electricity and food at this point. The water and the sewer and electrical and everything else I've got nailed up.
Yeah.
But mine is, I don't know. My position is one of fear. I freely admit that. I spent a lot of time in. Go ahead.
Was that fear or beer?
Fear.
Okay.
Fear. I fear. I'm pretty sure that someday soon our electrical grid is going to collapse.
Yes. It will.
And that's not even a reach. If you knew the things that I knew, and I worked and did that shit. I did the security for nuclear plants. I know how vulnerable they are. And as much as I can, I talk about it. As much as I can't, I won't talk about it, but I just prep.
Well,
The simple fact is, go ahead.
Do you remember Ted Koppel was going nuts over the grid going down for a couple of years? Not, you know, not that I trust Ted Koppel. Not that I trust
I'm not
Ted
Ted's biggest fan
Koppel
either.
with the news.
You're right.
But when he's freaking out over the grid, I pay attention.
Yes. So with that knowledge comes the fear that I have that, you know what, in my head, it's a sure thing.
Yes.
We're simply one Chinese hack away from half of the fucking country going without power for 24 hours.
Or an EMP.
We've already, it's already been proven that the Chinese and the Russians both own our grid and our energy pipelines. Guess what? The Russians hacked the Colonial Pipeline and put it under ransomware, and Colonial paid it. And that was $11 million.
Yeah.
It went straight into Russia. Okay. In Bitcoin, it went straight into Russia. They've recovered 4 million of it. The FBI has. Okay. That's fine. And Colonial Pipeline came back up. That's fine too. My point here is real simple. That's one pipeline in this country among, I think, 46, 48 pipelines.
Yeah.
Just fuel pipelines. We're not talking about natural gas pipelines. We're not talking about any other kind of distribution pipelines. My point here is real simple. We're a nation of infrastructure and grid that can easily be shut down by a cyber attack.
Yeah.
Both on the energy side, in the electrical side, in the distribution side. Listen, when they turn the fucking screws on the Colonial Pipeline, and this is just last year, just, and you know this, you remember this, everybody remembers this.
Yep.
That was a complete Russian fucking op there. Okay. And I'm not screaming and I'm not prepping and I'm not, but I am. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's real simple. I'll shut up now.
No, I agree.
Because that's coming. That's fucking coming. And I'm not a stand up and scream, you know, bloody murder kind of guy. I'll just do my thing quietly in the fucking dark over here in the back. And you guys can fend for yourselves. I'm not gonna. But I'm happy to meet like-minded people and contribute or learn. I mean, dude, I'll learn from you all day. I will.
Well,
so I mean, that's me.
The best experience I had was in the late 90s. I had put together 4 100-watt solar panels and a dozen of the deep cycle golf cart batteries. I bought a big inverter from a truck stop and I wired it together. When I decided I wanted to move up here, I bought an ancient mobile home in a small park, and so I hooked all that up. I shut off the main breaker at the breaker box to disconnect the town electricity, and I switched on my inverter and marveled that I was living on solar. And like maybe a month and a half down the road, I was still marveling at living off of solar. And I got a letter from the city saying, they had terminated my service because I didn't pay the bill. But they sent me back my deposit because I didn't use any electricity. And that's when I realized that I was independent from the grid. And it was the neatest fucking feeling in the world.
You just quit talking?
Well, I thought my phone connection was messing up.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I was. When I
Oh,
moved
I'm
out
sorry. I was on mute.
here, but when I know what you're talking about though, Az, because when I came out here and the electric company just pissed me off when I went to go turn it on.
Yeah.
I mean, they wanted $900 just to turn on electricity, and I was like, "You son of a bitches, fuck that!"
Yeah.
I went out and bought a generator. I was like, I started adding it up. I could buy the damn generator, run the fuel it took me to run for what I needed for electricity for less than they were charging me.
So if you were building a house at that time, then the county would not now, and let me reiterate that the county in Nevada would
Mhm.
not give you a building permit because you have not paid the power company to extend their infrastructure out to your facility and turn up. So you need to pay the not 900, $9,000 to put 3 poles of
Yeah.
250 foot each
Yeah.
into your facility so that you can then get a permit to build your facility.
Oh
Do you
wow!
understand how those how
Yeah,
Humpty is fucking Dumpty? If you know what I mean.
yes,
I
I
call
do.
it I call it extortion.
It is.
Well, I
But you
called them
can't
up.
move without writing the checks. They
Right?
won't let you move without writing the checks.
You know
Yeah.
what? I don't need a permit to build a house here.
I didn't
Really.
need one to build here, and luckily that didn't happen to me here. It did
Right.
happen in Pahrump, though, the next
Right.
town over. Yes.
In Arizona, there's one county in southern Arizona. I think it's the county that Sierra Vista's in, where you don't um, you don't need a building permit. You can like draw out a plan on a piece of paper, and they'll accept it because they want people to move there and build. So they've loosened up all the zoning.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
nice.
So in Nevada, uh, in my county, the county of Nye, there are lots of different places that have building permits. The place that I live, on the other hand, does not. The building permits are not countywide, and the building permits are dictated by the local city or
Yeah.
whatever organization, city, town, ville, whatever. Amgoza Valley doesn't have one. So there was no building permit. There was no startup taxes. There was no escrow. The Valley Electric Cooperative did want a deposit to get me going, to
Really.
come out here and turn the shit up. They wanted $1,000 deposit. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
They brought a pole out, they ran it underground, put it up to the box here, 200 amp transfer service, worked with my guys, blah, blah, blah. Did a great job. Everything's great. I got no bitch. Got no bitch. Now I just need to tie the solar into it and make the solar the principal. So I run initially off the solar, and then backup will be the grid at night, and then emergency will be generator.
Yeah.
That's the plan anyway. So the plan is I can feed the grid enough. We have net metering here, but we don't really have net metering. In other words, I can only sell them back what I use.
At wholesale.
At retail.
Yeah.
So they'll buy it back, but I have to use it first. Okay, no problem. So I can use what I need to use during the day or at night, and then I can feed it back during the day.
Yeah.
Right.
That way I can actually minimize my usage on batteries and keep the batteries keep the batteries topped up as much as possible.
Yeah.
That way I only have to pay the compliance and regulatory fees that the state and the federals will charge me for attachment to the electrical grid. That'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 to $12 a month. Okay, that's fine.
That's
all right
nothing.
with that. Nothing.
That's not much either. It's $35 around here.
Is it? No shit.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's my plan. And I plan to do Bitcoin mining off of all that free solar. Bitcoin mining is very power intensive. Anyway, that's the second part of phase Dawn. Dawn's utopian, in the middle of the desert world.
Well, that sounds like an interesting alternative to using your extra solar to make hydrogen. You're going to make Bitcoin with it.
You'd be surprised. So I can buy a Bitcoin miner that, the Bitcoin miner will cost me $5,000.
Yeah.
And that miner will make for me approximately $500 a month. In other words, that miner will pay for itself in a year.
Yes. Not bad.
If you're providing free power. If on the other hand, you're not providing free power and the miner is eating power at the retail rate, which right now is 12.99 cents per kilowatt hour transported to you. If the miner's eating power at that rate, you will not make even near as much. Somewhere in the probably $150 to $200 a month if I had to eat power off the grid. So after I pay for the power, then I could only clear about $200 a month with the miner.
Yeah.
And its payback time is longer, and that kind of thing. So using my own power, I'm not going to call it free, but I'm going to call it low price power. My power that I produce will cost me probably somewhere 3.99 cents, 3.45 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour. Because I'm buying a lot of gear.
You also have to figure it's going to be paying off your investment in solar too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Solar's like buying your electricity up front.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Did you know that, and let me give you a rough number that I came up with one time. I was buying power at approximately $300 a month from the power company in Maryland. And I was thinking about getting some solar. and they did a 25-year. Do you know how much power, how much money you're going to spend with the power company over the span of 25 years at $300 a month? Let me tell you, $92,000
Yep.
Yeah.
over 25 years. Why do I use 25 years? Because 25 years is where most of these solar panels, inverters, and batteries are warranted for.
Yep.
Right.
But I know I'm preaching to the choir, and I apologize for that. But it makes me feel good to get an amen every once in a while. You know what I'm saying?
Amen, brother. You bet.
Well, my first solar panels from the late 90s were 100-watt BP solar panels, and they've hit that 24 or 25-year mark, and they still work fine.
Yeah.
And
I'm not using them right now because it's only, well, I put 2 more panels on it years ago, so it's only 600 watts. I was going to
what we're
use
paying
that
for
those.
used panels now.
Well,
I mean,
you know what? Back in the day, those 100-watt panels were $500 a piece.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I just bought a
Yeah.
pallet of 250
Yeah.
watt panels for $52 each.
Yes, and that's why everyone who's able should get as many panels as they can afford, because they are dirt cheap now. All that.
My brother bought a pallet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then my buddy Hammer comes up here every once in a while. He bought a pallet of them.
Okay. Well, all those panels came from that grift that the government financed years ago to go green. Those companies went under, and you're getting the fire sale prices on that grift they all involved themselves in. So
Right.
you have to get it while they're there, because
Right.
once those recycled panels disappear, they're going to be gone.
Yep. Yes, sir.
And you're left with new Chinese panels, which are going to cost 5 times as much.
If they're even selling anything to us anymore down the road.
Roger that.
And I'm sure you've been catching the news that they are rattling sabers at each other.
They just did a strategic, what is it? Strategic metals? No. Strategic something else. Strategic minerals? Yeah.
Okay.
Chinese just came out and said that they were blocking certain strategic minerals.
Yes.
A lot of which had to do with lithium battery manufacture.
Yes.
I just recently saw that in the mail, maybe a week ago or so.
Well, that's another aspect that pushed me into these new batteries. Unobtainium. They just might not be available down the road.
You're absolutely right, brother.
I
mean, even if we're buying them, we're still at the mercy. Even if you buy them through Signature Solar, they will tell you they only get shipments from at such and such a time, and they're only allocated such and such an amount.
That's right.
And if you ain't in there getting when the getting is good, then you ain't getting.
Yep.
Tesla had patents on what he called earthen batteries. I got those patents.
Well, I need at least 2 more of those batteries. Either 2 more Jackapies or 2 more EG4s. The EG4s are $14.99 and they're available right now. The Jackapies are $17.99 and they're only available on back order.
Yes. Now,
Tell me,
like
where
I
should I
said
go?
earlier, like I said earlier, Signature has lithium batteries that were returned.
Yep. I'm sitting here looking at one EG4, 1,400, 1,500 bucks. I'm just,
Is that a return or open box or?
um,
See, I
no,
when I
that's not a return. That's a straight up.
well, when I searched for refurbished, they had 2 or 3 of the 48-volt batteries as refurbished, and I was
Let's see
looking at
here.
those because I figured they'd knock off a couple $100.
Let's see here. I'm not seeing that. A lot of 3K units. Hold on a second. There's another 12K unit for $2,000. No, I don't see any up here.
No batteries.
There's a split phase transformer. Oh, this transformer, 349.
Yeah, that's
5K split transformer.
yeah. They took the new ones off their website.
New ones.
Signature Solar's got a bunch of YouTube videos,
Yes.
and they got this really geeky guy. And I know you know what I'm talking about. The really geeky guy with the glasses that talks
Hey,
like a geek.
the geekier the better.
That's exactly my thinking. But I love this guy. I absolutely love this guy because he walks me through everything I need to know.
Yeah.
He says, this is what you should be reading right here. This is the wire that should go here. This should go over there. Make sure you do this. Make sure you do this. Make sure you do this. Bada boom,
Yes.
bada bing.
You know, I'd like to put out a disclaimer to anyone who might be listening that this program is not sponsored by Signature Solar.
Right.
But damn, they're a good company.
Well, they're doing it right. My opinion. Okay. Old school support. They got guys, not just sales guys in it, got great sales guys in there, but they also got technical guys in there that can answer your deep, deep technical questions.
They have them listed on the refurbished page, but they have call for pricing and details.
Yeah, call. Again, I blame it all on battery addiction. You know, I started looking on Alibaba for, you know, the lithium cells to build a battery and the BMSs and shit.
Yeah.
And it's like you go up on those Chinese websites, I mean, they will fucking tell you whatever you want to hear. And I thought, you know, even if I buy these things and they take 2 or 3 months to get across the Pacific on a cargo ship, I really don't know whether I can trust them or not.
You don't.
That's what made the Signature Solar such a great deal, because I don't have to worry about it.
Right.
Well, I did that. I bought 2 sets of 400, 2 sets of 12 volt, 200 amp hour lithium cells.
Yeah.
So I have those and a 200 amp hour 12 volt Dolly BMS.
Yeah. You were going to try that out too, huh?
I was going to try that out. I still have those. I haven't put them together. Those are sitting in the RV right now, and I really would like to put those in the RV.
That would work for the RV.
That would rock for the RV. It really would.
Yeah.
And I need to do that. but that's one of those projects that's sitting there right now. I've got the BMS. I even went and got the little, I got the balance cable leads, and I got the little 8-port top balancer
Yeah.
to do the top balancing. So I got the full set. I got everything I need to do it. I just haven't done it. Fuck. I just remembered that. Anyway. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. I kind of came through the same, what do we call it? Evolution.
Well, I mean, you start off with an idea and you start looking at the prices, but then you balance it with the uncertainty of the quality you're getting and the fact that you have to put it together yourself, and like all the extra things that would surround those bare batteries. And it just makes more sense to have
and need it warranted for 15 to 20 years. You're right.
Yeah.
You need to buy a product instead of building a hobby.
Yes.
Because frankly, I need my hobbies. I'm not sure that I can depend upon my house and my family and their safety on my hobby. I'd rather depend upon a product.
Right.
Yeah.
That I can integrate into a solution that I know is going to solve this problem.
Yes.
It's really just that simple.
Yes.
Or I could roll the dice and, order some shit from China.
Right. Hey, I just found a 5 kW stackable, 5000 ES US, $629,
Not bad.
and the refurbished used.
They put a
Wish I
price
would have
on?
known that.
Say what, Don?
I said I wished I would have known that. 2 weeks ago? I bought a third 5,000 at $899.
Oh wow! Right.
No, actually, I believe that I only paid $799 for that. I got in under the wire, but it won't be delivered until May 28th. January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, May 28th.
Oh, I have another experience. While I was wrestling with purchasing these batteries, that's about when the sanctions hit Russia. Now, I had this stuff in my cart, and I got an estimate of the shipping. Yeah, they have to ship those batteries freight. Even I think if you buy one of them, they have to send it by truck because it's 100 pounds.
Yes.
Well, the estimate for shipping those 5 batteries was like $384. When I went back a couple days later, it had gone up to $512, and I thought,
no shit.
Holy fuck! Yeah. So it's like
Price of gas. Yeah.
Well, it's like everything just pointed to you have to do this.
You better do this. Yeah. You better do this now.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact,
You're right.
You should have done it
You're
last week.
Should have done it last week when it was cheaper. You're right. You're absolutely right. Everything's pointing to, yeah, you should have did this last week.
Yeah. So
But don't jerk around another week and not do it. So,
well,
I feel you, brother. I do.
Just for shits and giggles, I went up to Signature. It was maybe last week or the week before, and I put 2 of those batteries in the cart, and the shipping was still like $400 something for just 2 batteries. Yeah, so I mean, I could get 2 more.
I don't think
But
you
I
need
thought,
them, do you?
well, I thought why not buy 4 more and sell 2 of them locally
Hmm.
for a small
I mean,
profit?
if you know somebody that needs them, then that's a good idea.
Yeah,
How local are you to me? Because I would almost do something like that.
not local.
I just told you I'm in the market for 2 of those EG4s or 2 more Jackapies,
I know.
Jackapiers.
You're not that far. He's in
EG4s are
Arizona.
$200, maybe $300 cheaper each than the
Yeah.
Jackapiers.
Yeah.
Arizona, Nevada, you're neighbors.
We're not that far. Well, yeah,
Yeah, it's like it was like 400
a couple
miles.
hundred miles. Yeah. It's 4 hours from me to Quartzsite. I go down to Quartzsite in an RV.
Yeah. Well, I think the difference would be burnt up in gasoline.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Anymore. Isn't that sad? Ain't that fucked up? Oh. Well, guys, I got to crash, man. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here.
Okay. You
It's
guys
been a
have a
wonderful
good
conversation. Thank you both
have a
for
good night.
taking the time for me this evening. That's been great.
Hey, Don, if you want to continue on,
Nah,
welcome.
I'm same as you. I gotta get up in the morning and do some shit. As a matter of fact,
Yes.
you both got me real motivated to go to work on my fucking battery system, on my backup system tomorrow. So
There you go.
that's where I'll be
There you-
spending some time in the morning.
quality time with the electronics.
Exactly. Quality, you get your coffee in the morning, go down there with a little with a pipe full and rub
An
up against
ammeter.
some electrons. Exactly.
Yeah. Just
Man
remember
time. Sorry.
just remember to always keep one hand behind your back when you're messing with electricity.
Yep.
And don't get in between the ground and the power.
Yeah.
No. I've done 1 or 2 electrical things before.
Who
1 or
kicked you
2.
loose? Anyway,
That baseball bat.
anyway, you two have a good night.
You guys
Thanks,
have a
KZ.
great-
Pleasure talking to you, sir. You have a good evening too.
Okay, good
Liz,
night.
you also. If you're going to go ahead and close up the shop, then we'll go ahead and go on home. I got other shit I got to do. It's it's midnight time here, so I got to take the kids out and do a couple of other things. Thanks, everybody.
hopefully-
Take care, Shadow. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, tomorrow it seems I'm supposed to sell a truck, sell some rabbits.
Dude, good luck on a truck. I hope that pulls through for you. I hope that.
Yeah.
Hope
Well,
that
we'll
works.
see. We'll see. And
We'll see.
yeah, we'll see. But other than that, I'm digging piers and setting foundation wall for my greenhouse.
Nice. Digging piers.
Yep.
So is that backhoe digging or is that shovel digging?
That's shovel digging.
I got you.
But yeah, most of my foundation is going to have to be buried anyway. So,
Yep.
so it's not going to be that much digging.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But
hey, Jason the Shadow Man in the chat. Just got a shout out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
all right, Jason. God bless you all. Thank you all for being part of this and part of the show. You guys are the best, especially you late hangers and lurkers.
Late
God bless
hangers
you
and
all.
lurkers. Exactly.
Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow night. You dream well, Patriots. And
Take care, everyone.
we're going to win this shit. So just have faith.